edging music? Edgy music? Is that what we're doing today? We're gonna listen to this spooky music, scary, fun music. Hi, everybody. We're listening to video game music because I don't want to think about it. What may be doodling? Yeah, what are you doodling? What are you drawing? I want to see your drawings, too. Hi, everybody. How are you guys doing? I hope. How does one edge music? I'll explain it. It's really easy. You listen to the song. You listen to a build-up, like EDM, right? You listen to it. It's going, and then you turn off the song. You turn it off right before the climax, and then, done. That's all it needs to be. Dude, you should do a boar and worm sprite, probably. We should do eventually all sorts of sprites, but I feel like they're not super priority. Too. We've got other things. Hi everybody. I hope everybody's having a good week. So this week officially marks the start of not random streams, but slightly off kilter streams. So my wife, kind of moving forward, she has her job, and as such, she is going to be working second shift. Tonight is her very first second shift that she's working. What this entails is that she probably is going to be doing like a 4 to midnight multiple times throughout the week. Particularly, she's going to be picking up shifts if she can. So what does this entail for us? Does mean that occasionally I might have some additional streams here and there. It also means that some of my streams might not be on the regular Wednesday, Fridays, because I still want to spend time with my wife. So this week kicks that off. So for example, we have tonight's stream, regular Wednesday stream, but we will not have a Friday stream. To make up for that, we will have a stream both on Saturday and Sunday, as well. So we're actually going to be doing some more just programming, chilling, designing things for our game on Saturday because I fucking want to. And then Sunday, because we made some updates to the calendar or the schedule, Group 1 wanted to do their session on Sunday this time around. So, yeah, that's we have set up there as well. Basically, what it came down to is I moved my Friday stream to Sunday, and then my wife happened to not be working, or happened to be working on Saturday, so I set that up as well. Would be a hard stop after she comes back? No. It's not a hard stop whenever she gets back. Yeah. No, she's gonna... When she comes back, she's going right to bed. There. Doesn't mean I have to hard stop. And likewise tonight, she's actually coming back at 11, and I'm not stopping. I'll stop when we feel like it. Hey, dear. How's it going? There, I see you mentioned my name. I also see you said roll a d20, and the bot's not on right now, so... Yes. But that's very serious. You caught up history-wise? Excellent. I'm glad you're all caught up on it, because we've got lots, and I want to get your character in here, dear. We gotta... I don't know. Do we spoil your character tonight? So we can add your character to the game already? I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. We'll have to talk about it. Because, guys, I have some very, very exciting news for you. Tonight starts, for all of you and me, probably... arguably one of my favorite parts of just programming, design, game design in general, which is ideation. Coming up with ideas and just doing things because it sounds cool and figuring out how those things work. Now, before I get into too much detail on this, I need to go tend to my children because once again, I am home alone with them and they are currently screaming for my name. So, enjoy looking at our wall for a second, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So long story short, I have been overhauling things. And what do I mean by that is I have been trying to add in all of the essentials so that we can have a functional game. A really functional game. A great game. Something playable. And not just to tease what our title was, which of course is the ideation phase, but to actually have something that you guys can play around with. I just closed all of my tabs. Or all of my windows. Everything got closed down. I hate this. I hate when this happens. Also, why do I have 4 downloads open? Alright, sorry. I now can't see anything there. I literally cannot see you guys. You guys could be shit-talking me, which would be not anything unusual. So let me show you guys what we've created here. Did I get the last legendary? I still don't have it. Yeah, I still don't have the legendary. Half because I just am not pulling, and half because bad luck. That's just it. So let's show you what we got. I'm gonna make sure we go to the right address, and I will post the IP address for everybody in a moment. Let's do here. So you guys can't see me because I gotta turn it on. Where is it? Where am I? There I am. Okay. So, what do we have now, folks? I promise you a technically functional game. And Pink, I have not seen your art in the Discord. We'll look at that in a moment. So, you can go to adventure here. You can select your character. So, which characters do we want? First 4 I see. So yeah, what do we got? Also, where's my water? I'll have to grab my water. We got Lady, of course. Club, Daniel, Summer. Everybody just naming themselves. You want Cub? You said Club. We can do that. This is easy enough. So, what do we have? You obviously could select the characters you're going to bring to the stage. You hit start. What is this? Oh, Daniel threw us. No, I gotcha. Well, that was my mistake. We brought Cub. What do we have here? Well, we've got a couple things here. First things first, you can see that I have frozen blocks. We have a cloud block. We have regular blocks. Holy shit. What is this? These aren't your regular blocks. Over here, we not only have enemies that have delays, because they're about to do shit to me, but we also have their element types, so you can mark them and choose which ones you want to attack. Over here on the right-hand side, we have our health bars, and we've got our status symbols are there. But even more so, you could see we have a set number of moves to win this game. Well, let's just make a move. So I click here, all those go away, and things start falling in. But what happens if we were to, I don't know, get rid of, like, just some ice? Everything's still frozen until you get rid of all the ice. So what you're not seeing here, guys, is we actually, to win the game, you actually have to meet 3 conditions right now. And that's because we get to choose the conditions. So what are the conditions to win this game? You have to defeat all the enemies, right? That was baseline condition. Easy enough. You have to defeat all the enemies. You also have to get rid of all the ice blocks, and you have to get rid of 20 wooden blocks. So we have some on screen, but they're going to casually fall throughout because we also set in the settings that we can make some wooden blocks fall for us. So let's try and beat this. The game gets pretty hard pretty quick when you don't manage things, because these guys, like, they're going to start attacking. So you can see some people have taken damage already from the various attackers. Good, we got this. That clears us up quite a bit. We also have a limited number of moves, so if we run out of moves, well, it's GG, boys. Like, that's how the game goes. Fuck. I fucking hate ice, by the way. Like, I've been practicing on this stage, and I fucking hate it. Also, combos work even after you kill the enemy. Now, so, fuck. What do we do? Okay, we'll do this to get at least the Daniels closer. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad, actually. I can make that work. We're gonna make this drop. Hell yeah. Okay, we just throw Daniel in here. Gone. All right, now we just gotta get Cubby. We need to get Cubby closer. Fuck. Okay, this will work. This will get a Cubby down for us. Okay. Guys, I'm literally just playing the game right now. Oh, and sometimes it'll glitch like this. I found out that to fix the glitch, you just click it, and it just fixes it. I have no explanation. And we fucking won! 3 stars, bitch! So this is our results screen now. Now, the red bar is kind of a placeholder. That's where we're going to put the items, the experience, everything that you get from it. But you can see we're at stage 01, game testing, stage results, 3 stars, and we've got Daniel here with his sample quote, right? And what is that sample quote? Well, eventually, you guys will help me decide or figure out what are going to be your favorite quotes per character that we have, and everybody will have at least 3, if not 40, quotes that will come up here. So this is a victory quote, in a sense. Okay, let's make one minor change, because I want to show you something as well. So if I go in here and I say we only get, like, 3 moves there, which is essentially impossible. We cannot win in 3 moves. 15 is what I found was, like, a good, like, safety number, but we can't win. All right, let's get some Nika in here. We've got Artanis. We should probably add Yasuri and Salty. Let's do that for our party. So, yeah, let's try to win. There, easy peasy. You'll see a glitch here that the cloud vanished and then reappeared. That is an HTML glitch. That's not even my code. I mean, it's technically my code, but it's not my code in the way you would think. All right, so we're run out of moves. Oh, no. Wow, you suck ass. A famous Yas quote. That's all I have for you lose right now. So it's going to choose one of the people at random. It's going to throw it up. And that's what it's going to be when we lose. So that's what we got, right? Didn't the worm also have that quote? Everything has that quote currently. In the code, all I have right here is just when we get to a lose screen, just say, wow, you suck ass. That's it. So everybody's just got that quote, right? So we'll need to eventually come up with types of quotes. So like winning quotes, losing quotes, and everything. So that is what we have so far, guys, is we have an actual functional game. Now let's talk about other things that the game can do, right? So I'm going to pull that up. We're going to talk about other things that I've added to the game, which is mostly these actions. These are all things that monsters can do in addition to blocks that can exist. So let's pull over here. I showed it a little bit on the Discord before, but we have all of these disruptions now. So we have blocks, we have block B, we have block C. Simply walking through them as well. Block A is you have to destroy something directly beside it to destroy the block. Block B is you have to destroy this block essentially twice. So when you destroy this one, it becomes a block A. There. Block C is an indestructible block. You just can't break it at all. We've got these elemental blocks, one for each element type. To do the elements, there you just have to match something that matches that element, essentially. Then you've got block on fire, so we can actually set your pieces on fire, and your characters will take damage while they're on fire, which is very fun. Then you've got ice, which you saw, which freezes things, and then black cloud hides the pieces. So you don't know what piece it is. But more importantly, with any of these blocks except fire, you can't move the block either. So it's just going to be in the way. So enemies can create all of these. In addition to this, enemies are also able to do this replace effect, which replaces the gem that you put out there with a matching gem of whatever type we declare. So for example, we'll declare what is known as a stage gem, or the type of gems that could spawn from the stage itself. In this case, I just made it a skeleton, just as an example here. This will be now something usually significant to what the characters are. I'll give another example what might make sense. Let's say we're building the levels for the Nobles Party, right? What I envision already is some of the first levels for the Nobles Party will just have a bunch of random nobles as gems that are falling down. Maybe 1 or 2 different types. So now, there's just so many things falling. Also, Apple, I like your message here, and I don't want to forget it, so I'm adding it to the ideas.txt. there. So when I win, the victory screen should have a rare chance of being a crab. We can do that. Right? So you're in the party and there's going to be a bunch of random nobles. And then all of a sudden later in the party levels, the building gets set on fire. So now all of a sudden a bunch of fire is spawning. So not only do you have to put out the fire as one of your objectives, but you also have to like break a number of boxes and escape and stuff. And you're having all these nobles come down. We can make some of the nobles on fire, some of them not, or something like that. And so you're having all of this chaos ensue because we could do whatever we want with it. So those are some of the effects that things can do, as well as just they can do basic attacks as well. So we can dictate for all of these enemies what kind of enemy we want, what kind of things we need to set up, all of this. So we have all of these options. In addition to this, we have options to, I haven't really determined fall style, but we basically determine if the special gems that fall or are added to the fall pool are consequential or additional there. So like, I'm going to actually change this to 25 right now. So we have 25 extra blocks that are just going to fall throughout the stage. We can set up a baseline for the stage. So what you guys saw when the stage started, we had all of that ice there. That is actually something I set up ahead of time. So we could design the stage to have whatever we want. Wait, Pink gets banned for a second? Excuse me. We can also, I didn't demo this quite yet, but you can change the width and the height of the stage too. Oh, and I don't know if you guys noticed, you could change the background of the stage as well. So you can fucking do whatever we want with these stages. So when you guys are thinking about stages and thinking about what we can do game-wise, you could, the world's your oyster on it. So let's get you guys the IP address so you guys could start playing around and testing it. So I do want to call out known bugs. Can you make a moving stage? What do you mean by a moving stage? Like, do you mean moving background? Because we could totally do a moving background if we have a GIF. Like, that's easy enough. So you could see the background is a field. It's not just the table anymore. You could combine things. So I want to call out, there's a known bug as well that occasionally when you make a match, it won't do it, but the match will still be sitting there. Just click it again, and then it'll work. I have no idea what's causing the bug right now. So it's going to just be on my list to debug, but it won't be a focus of this stream because the game is functional enough. You want to counter like a Dragon Age? Oh, yes. I will get the link posted. Let me do that right now for all of you. My IP. Every once in a while, my IP address changes, so I always like to just double check. Here we go, folks. 42069. I have posted it, and I'll just post it in chat here as well. So, here we go. We are now, the reason I'm showing you all of this, and the reason that we're starting the stream with showing you guys every single one of these pieces is because, one, I want you guys to test things. You need an email and key. Dave, you put in an email. Just put in an email. Don't put a key and just hit send. You're going to get an email. You'll get an email and it'll send it to you as well. I haven't once looked at the login screen beyond the login functionality. I will make the login screen make more sense eventually. We'll do it in another sprint. That's another time. So play around with the game. If you guys notice any bugs, feel free to post them in the Discord as well. In fact, I'll probably just make a thread for it too. I'll just do that right now. So there's going to be a thread for bugs. Let's see. Where do we go? Make thread. I'm gonna call it new bugs. Post bugs here. All right. So I made a new thread. Any bugs that you guys find, please just feel free to post them as well. But this is not the focus of today. The focus of today is what my favorite part. Once you have a lot of framework and things in place, you then get to do game design. You get to come up with ideas and say, wouldn't it be cool if this did this? And then we make that happen. And so today, what I want to do is I want to look at this screen. This screen right here. We're going to ignore stats and elements and all of that. No, what we care about today, although we do care about rarity. I'm just going to pull rarity over just so we could see it better. We do care about rarity. What we care about today is coming up with what makes everything special. That's what matters today. We need to make sure we figure out what makes each character unique and special and is something that you'd want to have on your team. So that's where it's exciting here. So with this, we have to come up with a couple just baseline definitions. So I'm going to go rarity comparisons. We're going to talk a little bit about some of these definitions of what makes characters unique and what each character has to bring as well. Game is funny. I'm glad you won it with Artanis. Like, that makes me so happy seeing, like, these kind of screens here. That, like, it fucking works. This is what I want it to look like as well. You know, not the back screen. The back screen is fucking broke and I gotta fix it. But everything else, like, looks good. Also, Dave, I'm glad you pulled Daniel so quick. There are some people that are not so lucky as well. All right, let me go grab my water because I left it in the bathroom like an idiot, and then we'll continue. It took a second longer. Doesn't show combos anymore? What do you mean doesn't show combos anymore? It should show combos. I believe I saw combos right here at the bottom. Maybe it's your screen. Because remember, I didn't program this for every screen, and it's just fucking garbage right now. It should show combos. You don't have your roster? Just refresh. Dave, just give it a refresh, and you'll see it. Once again, I don't update your roster. Once again, this is so baseline. I have basically nothing in the game. I've been focused on this component. So if you refresh your browser, it'll auto sign you in, and then you can see your roster and see what's in there. And it'll be grayed out what you don't have as well. Eventually, this roster will, like, honestly, my plan for Saturday. Oh, it's hiding behind the icons? Well, that's fucking broke. This Sunday or Saturday, my plan is to focus on this screen a little bit more, so we can actually make the characters visible. You could click on them and do all sorts of things with them. Robbie would say, wow, you suck ass. I do actually love that. Look, Robbie zoomed in so much. Like, that's so much fun. All right, so I want to focus on this. So I'm going to start by saying this to everybody here. There's no bad ideas. And if we need to balance something, we'll rebalance it later, right? Right now, we want to come up with a broad functionality baseline. We want to figure out what kinds of things we want to do. And then once we do that, we'll go in and we'll figure out the functionality, make things work, and continue onwards. And for anybody that doesn't realize, you can obviously continue playing the game as much as you want. You hit adventure, as soon as you beat the level, it'll bring you back to this screen. And of course, you could go back, you can do more polls if you want to, or whatever there. But you could guys keep playing it. I will also throw out there, if you guys have level design ideas, let me know as well. We can easily build them in to the game too. And then we could test it all as a group live. But I want to talk about characters and what makes characters unique. What do characters have? And so on and so forth. So first things first, we're going to ignore the home trait stuff. This is going to be for a later update when we get to a spot where, okay, the game's functional now. Let's build some features, kind of like a little home or a village that you manage, right? Something in that degree. What we care about right now is this. This is what defines this game and makes it special, right? Is that every character is unique in its own way. That doesn't mean that some traits and skills don't cross over, and it doesn't mean that they have to be 100% unique, but what it should be is that we want to make sure that the skills and traits associated within each class make sense, right? I'm also going to pull this down here because special also, special also has the same setup as legendary. I gotta make sure I have Mac nearby. Sorry, keeping track of all the kids is a lot. All right, so let's see what does this mean? What does my brainstorm here mean initially? First and foremost, if something is marked with an X, that means this rarity will obtain that. So there are traits and skills. Here's the difference between them. A trait is a passive feature that is unique or is something unique to that gem, just having it in existence, right? Having that party member on your team, having something special there. A skill is something that you specifically trigger after so many of that gem is combined. Let's give an example. One of the skills I'm envisioning for Yasuri as a character right now is after you combine so much, it's a skill called Stealth, where for no damage, it deals no damage, but it takes a minute to build up. You click it, and every single one of Yasuri's pieces are removed from the board. Like, instantly removed from the board. As such, the board will now be down a gem type, which means that there's probably going to be a bunch of combos that get triggered there and after. And eventually, more Yasuri will start to come down too, but it's going to be subject to the normal dropping rules, which means it could be a while and there's probably a higher chance for combos. This is a skill. This is a skill that Yasuri should have. Salty does so much damage that he kills the opponent's code. Yes, there. See, I could see that. There. Having Nibisan clear dark cloud blocks. Let's put that in. Just as an idea. There. And that could be absolutely for a skill. There. Although, we could make it passive, too. So let's actually talk about that specifically, because there's two parts to this. Because it's not just trait 1, because almost everything, well, rare and up will have traits. I'm thinking uncommons might have traits, but I'm not too sure on it. So we'll address that, but what it is now in colors are ascensions. So when your character reaches a certain level, and you're going to see the level thresholds here, once they reach level 20, you must ascend them. So it doesn't require the experience tickets and just money anymore. Now it requires actual materials. These are the materials that you're going to earn from completing stages. Some stages are going to have better drop chances. We'll work all of that logic out later, but that's the general gameplay for your references. You'll return to stages, beat levels again, or do auto completes. We'll figure that out. But you'll expend energy to get resources. Those resources will then be spent to ascend your character to the next tier. Really switching between tiers, the main thing, like, it doesn't up your stats, it increases the amount of levels that that character is allowed to have. There. So when they go up, they're going to maintain all the levels that they've already gained. So the 20 levels that they've already gained, then they can do an additional 30 levels, right? And then if they get to Ascension 3, or Ascension, the second Ascension, there, they'll get, as a rare character, an additional 50 levels that they can do. And it's going to make it so fucking strong, the things that you can do, because not only are you going to get these extra levels that make the character stronger, also, you're going to have the opportunity to get more skills. So legendary and special characters will have a third skill option. Everybody else will have up to 2 skills. But you'll notice here that I have color-coded this orange. This is tier 3. What this chart means, and what I'm marking here, is that an uncommon and up will start at Ascension 1 with a level 1 skill. So they're just going to have a skill, right? When they become Ascension 2, they will all gain, except uncommons, will all gain a second skill. When you start a stage, you will select which skill you're going to bring. You can't have all of the skills. So you get one skill to choose. So we want to make sure that they're unique but still helpful. You'll get a second skill. But you will also, as a rare and up, you will also get your trait. This is what's going to make you unique. And then when you tier 3, quite a couple things happen. First and foremost, legendaries will get a skill 3. They will get a third skill. Everyone will upgrade their trait. So that tier 2 trait, or that trait you got at Ascension 2 becomes even better moving into Ascension 2. And then legendaries and up will get a second trait. So this is supposed to be kind of like end game level stuff, right? The skill 3, trait 2, this is stuff that like makes the character go from good to amazing, right? And this is the main reason you want to pull for legendaries as well, is because legendaries are going to have all of these additional perks with them. But what's the cost of it? Very high. It's going to cost, and honestly, this is just like medium high. It's going to cost a lot more resources to upgrade a legendary compared to upgrading your regular rare, too, which the game will be completely clearable with just rares. That's what we're going to test it with, or what I'm going to do all my testing moving forward, right? So, why do I bring all of this up? When we think about skills and traits, first we want to think about skills as just was the generalized skill, and then they'll have upgrades later on. Most of the upgrades are going to decrease the maximum number of things you need to clear before you can use the skill, and it will also increase the starting like charges that a skill has. So some skills will, like, let's say you need 10 connections before you can use the skill. Some skills might start with 6. So when you start a level, you're basically able to use the skill immediately. Other skills might need 80 or something, but those 80 skills would be like insane abilities and stuff. So Lady is just good with animals, all animal team. Yeah, basically that's the thought with Lady. So let's go over now to our summons. Let's talk about some traits and what makes the characters interesting. So first and foremost, we have, just as an example, we have Karthus here. Some things that we've marked here as well. First off, so remember, trait 1 is something that they will get when they first ascend, right? Dead party members deal 50% more damage. So when your character dies in the game, they will deal half damage. That's just what what the effect death does. You can still play with the characters, but you can't use their skills, and they deal half damage. Just a sec. I'll be right back. My kids are saying they need me. So you guys go ahead and look at this for a second and just think, and then we'll get back. Apologize, crew. As soon as these kids go down, I will be more available there, so I apologize. So anyway, let's talk about Karthus, just for an example. There, Karthus, as we know, is kind of like a necromancer. He reses skeletons. What he's going to do is he's going to have this first trait that is really focused on the fact that his party member's dead, right? Just dead. There. After that, we want him, as he gets leveled up, he's going to have this ability that changes his dynamic. It's going to change everything that he does. And the biggest thing is we want Karthus to have dead party members, because then Karthus becomes a fucking tank. So what can we do for abilities that add to this? Well, what if we give him a skill like this that kills a party member? Like straight up, he kills one of his own allies, and what he does with his ally after they're dead is he makes it so that they become a skeleton, right? Then he sprouts 2 tentacles from his chest. Well, and that could be it too. We could literally have death skills for these characters, right? Or death traits that when they die, they do something, right? And that could 100% be Karthus. When he dies, all of this stuff happens. And we could change this trait to reflect that, right? There's no limit to these sorts of things. As well, let's talk about skills, because one of the skills, and I'm going to introduce it to Nibu-san to start with, is what I'm going to call an active skill, or a, maybe we'll call it a state-based skill. I'll call it state skill, or, what do I want to call it? I'm gonna just call it a state skill, right? What's a state skill? It's not a passive skill, but what it does is it changes a dynamic of Nibu-san. And this is something I want to do for healers. When you activate this first skill, it changes any combos from Nibu-san into healing effects at 80% attack. So what does this mean? Normally, when you combined any piece on the board, it deals damage to an enemy. Instead, with Nibu-san, you can activate this first skill and it just stays on, right? It's just something that you flip-flop between, either on or off. But if you leave this skill on, Nibu-san, instead of dealing damage, will instead heal the weakest party member for 80% of her attack. Which could be pretty solid in a situation where you're like, I need to fucking heal, so let me switch Nibu-san, and I'm going to start combining her pieces to start healing my team members. And you don't have to select the team member. It's automatically going to choose the lowest health team member and just heal them. There. And we'll do lowest health via percentage there. So I'll put that in the note. Lowest health percentage. So it's always going to try and heal your team with there. And that's just a skill 1. This is a skill that I'd like to see on many healers, not all healers, but many healers. Something that it's like, let's switch state so Nibu-san's no longer dealing any damage, but instead is healing. Now, Nibu-san, Mora, you had a good idea for Nibu-san there. So Nibu-san just heals themselves if they're the lowest healer. Yeah, if they're lowest health, they'll heal themselves, right? It doesn't have to be just someone else. They can heal themselves, but then it's replacing their heals there. It could be, do we want it to be focused on other characters? So Nibu-san's going to fall into another category, right? So we want it just other characters? Okay. Healing effects at 8% attack. Lowest health percentage. Others only. I'm going to put a question mark there. So taking a step back, right? Nibu-san falls into a category. So Nibu-san's healer type, right? Healer type class, but a specific type of healer, single target healer, not a group healer. So, and we could make a group healer, but I'd like to have these kind of archetypes in our mind, right? That some healers are focused on healing everybody a little bit, where other healers like Nibu-san are focused on healing a single target a lot of bit, like quite a bit. All right, so let's talk traits. You mentioned a good trait, and I could see this trait on Nibu-san. I could also see this trait on a support character, but let's write it down for right now. The trait of, let's say at first tier, it has like a 50% chance of clearing, I'm going to mark it A1 for Ascension 1. 50% chance of clearing a black cloud on match. So what does this mean? If you match a Nibu-san adjacent to a black cloud, it has a 50% chance of removing that black cloud. Simple as that, right? It now brings a reason, why do you bring Nibu-san into your team? Because Nibu-san can handle black clouds, and black clouds, while at initial glance don't seem that worrisome, don't seem that troublesome, can become very troublesome in high quantities. And if you get like a certain boss, or you get a special enemy there that is summoning black clouds on you, you're gonna want a character like Nibu-san on your team that is removing these clouds. Which is why I think even like with this in A2 is we just change that chance to 100% chance of clearing black cloud on match, right? Boss is just a dark cave. That could be there. What about remove black clouds from the area you matched? Well, that's exactly it, dear. It's removing from the area that you matched, and we want to focus on that. We want to do those kind of things as much as possible. You don't want to just remove from across the board unless they're skills, because that makes sense for a skill. You build it up. It's not something more consistent. This is more consistent because now you need some area on the board, and you can start thinking like, okay, this makes sense to remove this. Now, Nika we marked here, and I think this is just a fine skill on its own. We'll have to figure out like how exactly we would upgrade it. Well, and honestly, the upgrade could just be the immunity. But Nika's immune to being on fire. And maybe just as an A1, takes half damage from fire, from on fire. Right? Takes half damage to on fire, and at A2 is just immune to it outright. Right? This creates a purpose because if you have a stage that has a lot of fucking fire, all of a sudden, now you've got this character that is straight up immune to the fire itself. Right? It becomes niche. In this case, Nika becomes niche for these fire-based stages. There. But it becomes a very special niche when you have it. Right? It makes the stages just that much easier for you. What could be an example skill as well for Nika? I think a good level 2 skill, and this is maybe controversial, maybe brutal, but hear me out. Nika instead. How do we do this? So Nika can set things on fire. So I think Nika will self-emulate, right? Will emulate the stage. And then, as their skill, they can consume all the fire on the stage to do, like, an attack to all enemies. There, or something to that degree. I think would be really cool. So let's just say, consume fire on stage to deal damage to immolate. Thank you. Yes, immolate. Right. Makes sense. You can set fire on others, right? Consume fire on stage to deal damage to target enemy. In this way, she's helping by removing all this fire on the stage, but dealing damage, which fits well with. I think we should probably move over the class, the class for each character as well, because we could decide if we need to change it. It's going too fast. Okay. Fuck. Stop. Okay, we'll just put it there. All right. There we go. Bring it back. There. Just as throwing ideas. Artanis eats an enemy and regens based on how much health they have. I think that might be... I think we could do something like that. So let's look at Artanis first off. So Artanis we currently have marked as tank. Do we want to maintain Artanis as a tank class? Because a tank class, right, we would want to do things that help protect the team. Or do we want to move Artanis to attacker? Or support? I mean, what makes sense? I do think for Artanis, right, at A1, on match, will eat one random block nearby. And A2, yeah, maybe being able to taunt would help. Which you guys haven't utilized much. Taunt is a status effect, but I think you've seen it in passive ways, like when Summer antagonized Karthus and all of a sudden was being targeted. That was, she gained taunt. Like, that's just all it was. She just gained taunt. So tank doesn't necessarily need to just regen itself. In fact, a tank shouldn't just regen itself unless it's a specialty tank. A tank is focused on building up shields around its friends and causing taunt to itself, of course. So causing enemies to force focus it, but a tank will have higher defense than regular enemies. So that's why I pointed there. I think a 2 on match will eat 2 random blocks nearby. And I think to balance this, it will be on match, not combo. And this is important that we distinguish this because it's now you have to intentionally make the match versus it just falls down in combos, right? Now, this is a skill I think works well, I mean, for any class, too. It just makes Artanis unique because Artanis has the capability of destroying any block. Just absolutely obliterating any block, eating anything. He can eat fire, he can eat ice, he can eat cloud, all of it. He could eat any. He literally ate salty, so we know he can eat clouds. So it becomes this thing of, like, you intentionally will choose to match Artanis when you can to destroy obstacles nearby. And that becomes a quite powerful effect, especially, yeah, it just becomes a powerful effect. But what skills make sense for Artanis? So, Apple, you had mentioned having a skill that, like, eats the enemy. So we could do that. Eat the enemy for, like, health regen, right? So this could be deal damage to target enemy regen. Let's start 20% of damage dealt as HP, right? That could be as simple as it is. It's just a matter of Artanis takes a bite out of the enemy and heals himself a little bit, which is a very fucking good skill. You like the concept of deleting dead enemy? I mean, that is really good. We could do, I mean, that could make sense. So instead of Art counter Karthus, I mean, Artanis would counter Karthus. Oh, actually, yes. Wouldn't he? If we're already talking about, like, PvP, Artanis would be like an anti-Karthus, right? Like, somebody could build a Karthus PvP team that's all focused on, like, low-level allies and just keeping Karthus alive, right? And then Artanis comes in as meta as anti-Karthus because his ability is just consume enemy or consume dead to do some kind of special there. So and let's just put this as an idea. Consume dead enemy as a cost. Upon consumption, I think already this is Artanis is not a tank anymore. Artanis is an attacker. So consume dead enemy as a cost, right? I mean, you're right, dead character. No, I think it's got to be enemy. Right? Like, he's got to eat just dead character, but rather it is dead character. So if Artanis eats someone, they aren't able to be reanimated. Correct, but although I don't think reanimation is going to happen as well in this game. Like, it's too quick to have, like, reanimation mechanics. Yeah, I don't think shielding fits the character for right now. So just being an attacker makes the most sense. So I think this could be a very cool ability. So you consume a dead enemy. What happens when you consume the dead enemy? Like, that's a part of the cost. It's not just building up the combo. It is literally, they have to have somebody dead on their team. When they have somebody dead, you delete them, which very possible to do, but you delete them. And upon deleting them, upon creating the deletion, you will then, ladies and gentlemen, I have an idea, and Apple, you will know why this idea works and is still thematic. Upon consumption of a dead enemy, Apple will, not Apple, Artanis will increase attack and defense by 15%. So, upon you kill an opponent, Artanis is able to trigger his skill to eat that dead opponent, and it becomes a stronger piece on your board. So what this does as a gameplay mechanic, right? The more that you kill there, the better. Who will counter Artanis, right? I mean, you could just deal damage to Artanis, basically. You're sort of thinking lady with puppy. So we could do a lady with puppy combo. There, that's perfectly feasible. Just a sec, I hear my children are up the stairs. Children. Hi everyone, I'm back. What a fun hour it's been already. The amount of times that I've had to be up there. This is okay. So, let's talk about Lady and her skills and her traits. So, one of the things I was thinking about initially for trait 1, right? And I apologize I had to peace out there for a moment. But what I think about for Lady, right? The first things first is animals. Oh, you have an idea? Oh, where to read in chat? Maybe Lady is more strong as long as her beast companions are alive, but dead beasts will come at a cost. I could see that, like the anti-Karthus there as well. Like, we know already that Lady should be focused on animals. And, yeah, maybe that's just the focus. Lady gets plus 10% damage and defense for every other animal on the team. Actually, I think this would be a good trait too. And then like a trait 1 could just simply be animals deal more damage in combos. Simple as that. So how it works then is that Lady on the one side, right? Just being on the team, Lady's going to buff animals, right? And then when she gets to be Elite 2 and becomes super strong, super Lady, right? She then gets a damage boost so long as there's other animals on the team, which is going to create a team building opportunity for you to have Lady and 3 other animals, right? To just get a massive boost on her skills. And that works, right? It makes her special, makes her unique, and she just gets stronger. There. For every other, and I will put living animal on the team. So if animals go down, that's a problem. Now, we could give Lady the skill to revive an animal. Right? Like, that's something we could do. We could give her, like, a level skill that lets her revive an animal too. Hey, thank you for the follow.
Now, that's how you use your thinking brain.
Dear Lord does count as an animal. You are correct. Actually, Dear Lord is an example of a legendary animal. A legendary animal on the team, which is extra funny. 2. Animal revive would keep the literal exact opposite of Karthus thing. I do think that's a good idea. So maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll give her a skill that lets her, and it's her top, her like level 3 skill there. So you really have to rank her up, but revive at 50% health, 1 dead animal, right? There you go. Question, would be if we give Dear Lord skills or wait till he shows up in the RPG. We can give Dear Lord skills now. Yeah, we can absolutely give these characters now. And if we need to go in and make changes, why not? Like, we could do that. We don't have to wait until we see there. And plus, we got to add a bunch of characters anyway. Even just random characters. Too, to just flesh the game out. No. Yeah, we already know the Dear Lord's OP anyway. Yeah, you're right, Apple. It's simply a teaser. You borked Adventure Mode. It gives you -1 moves and continues forever. Actually, I'm glad you... I don't know how you did that, Yas, but what I can say is that I do have a command in there that at -1 moves, the game doesn't count moves anymore. It just... And it's a way for us to go in and say, hey, let's give infinite moves for this level, right? So, okay. We could come back to other Lady skills, but I think what we wanted to focus on for Lady is that Lady is a legendary support. So, I think where it could give updates. Oh, I've come up with a very broken skill. I'm gonna write it down as skill 2. Dear Lord fucks you. Find out. Here, let's see how well he fucks. We have 15 moves. Never mind, that's too many. Never mind, we'll go back. Anyway, all right, here's the OP skill, right? It's a active, let's call it, what do you call it below? I want it, where was that skill? State skill. Yeah, let's just call it that. So it's a state skill. So you activate this, you turn it on. Lady takes 20% more, honestly, even just like 30% more damage. But animals deal 25% more damage. Lady takes 30% more damage and can't deal damage, but animals deal 25% more damage. So what this does is it basically puts Lady in like a blocking state, right? Where Lady's pieces don't deal damage anymore. They just straight up no damage in this state. But all animals in the party deal more damage, which is the perfect support kind of skill, right? It comes in, I am going to boost my team for doing something, and I don't have to do anything else on it. And I think that's a good idea. Wonder how the B skills would synergize with her. Yes, especially since, so like, let's talk Cubby, right? Cubby is a tank. Cubby is a tank. Oh, let's fucking synergize it. So Cubby is an uncommon. Uncommons do not get traits. They just get a skill. So Cubby's skill. Although I don't know. I'm getting torn because I kind of want to give commons and uncommons traits and maybe not skills. I don't know. We'll think about it. But Cubby's a tank. Cubby should give maybe we just make Cubby, because it's an uncommon, it doesn't have to be super special. It should be weaker skills. Uncommon should be weaker skills, but not like, no, I don't think it needs to necessarily be just really weak. We don't want just, like, they're going to be weak by the fact that they're going to get out-leveled at one point in time. Eventually, we're going to get to a point in the game where they're just not strong enough. And I think there, but it doesn't mean the traits that they need to receive need to be weak, or even the skills. So here's an example. Cubby has a skill that give random non-animal. So give a random non-animal hero 2 shield. Right? Something like that. So what is this skill then? As you combine Cubby, he gives a shield. What does a shield do? It just reduces the next time that they would take damage. So the next time they would take damage, they just take less. There. And we could determine what a shield actually means, but honestly, my opinion is if you have like 10 shields, you're taking no damage from the next attack. There. It is, I feel like it fits kind of both, right? It's support. You know what? Yas, I'm glad you bring this up. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about what does each of these mean, right? Tank, healer, support. These are let's call these basic archetypes. So there's basic archetypes, and then probably need to come up with more advanced archetypes, right? So let's just do rename class archetypes, right? So let's just basic archetypes. These are attacker. So we have attacker, tank, healer, support, right? So my thought is not necessarily like, here's my argument, right? Description. So we make sure team role. So a attacker, right? Attacker's easy, right? Deal damage quickly to the enemy team. That is what an attacker is there for. They are there to deal damage. They are there to fuck things up. And that's it. Which means attackers would not actually be great on levels that have like a lot of effects, have a lot of bad things happening. Furthermore, attackers might not be great if the objective is not even kill the enemies, right? Because the attackers are there to deal damage. Well, if there's no enemies to deal damage to, they might not actually be that great. So that's what we got for attackers. Their team role, right, is deal damage. Deal damage to enemies. Right? That's their team role. When we get a healer, right? Maintain team health in difficult situations. Right? The healer's there to maintain health in difficult situations. This feels kind of purposeless. Right? We understand that. A support, I look at support as utility characters that boost specific builds, deal with specific problems, or provide helpful skills. Something like that. Like a support is something that comes on the team to support there. A tank is there to soak up damage from enemies. Gain taunt. Soak up damage from enemies. Gain taunt. Protect. Team health. Takes less damage. And I think let's do this. This is another way. Let's try this. Okay, so attack, right? Attack on attackers is going to be high. Attack on tanks is going to be low. There. On healers, it's going to be low. And supports, it could be medium. Defense is going to be high on tanks. Healers, it's probably still going to be low. Supports, it's medium. And attackers, it's medium to low. Right? Your healer there's to kind of regen. But skill regen, healer, it's supposed to be high. Support, it's supposed to be high. And attackers and stuff, medium. Right? Just kind of, if we were to distribute these out, and I don't know, does anything here look off or incorrect to you guys? What do you think? So this helps define it that, like, your tank there, right? They're not dealing a lot of damage. Their skill's going to regen kind of at a regular rate, but they have a high defense, so they're not going to take a lot of damage either. So their advantage is gaining that taunt, protecting the team health, and taking less damage. One of the ways, so how do they do it, right? How do they do it? I think a tank could do it through two main means. Taunt and provide protection. So yeah, there is definitely overlap there. We want this. I want to center it here. Taunt, provide protection. I think Artanis falls into attack supporter. If we were to sub-type it a little bit, Artanis is this attack supporter because Artanis, or almost like attack utility, because Artanis is going to be there to deal damage. That's the main reason that's one of the reasons you bring on the team, but also Artanis is good on those stages with lots of obstacles because he gets to eat the obstacles and remove them from other players. So when I think like tank, right, I think providing protection still would qualify as... Yeah, I think it would still qualify as a tank skill versus like a supporter or healer skill. All good, Dave. But I want to get your guys' feedback. What do you think here as well? Regen health is obviously the way they're going to do it. They're going to regenerate health, remove debuffs. Right? Shield. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. I think of it as, honestly, the way I've been thinking of it is, what is that game? What is Blizzard's? Blizzard... Hearthstone. Thank you. Thank you, Self. Hearthstone. So Hearthstone let's see. Hearthstone shield. Where is it? Okay, so this is what the impact is in Hearthstone. Hearthstone has this mechanic called gain armor. And what it does... What it does is an enemy has health, and when you attack, like, the enemy, you hit their health, right? But a shield kind of acts as extra health. It's like a secondary health bar, almost. I'm trying to now see if they have an example. Oh my god. Hearthstone Warrior Shield OP. I don't know. Let's see if they have... There's got to be an image. This is showing me just cards. I don't give a fuck about the card. There it is. So this is what it does. Over the health, it has the shield that is basically extra health, right? But what we could do with that is we could have these shields that come on over the health. That's what takes damage first. And then when it's gone, they continue taking regular health damage. But this provides another way to protect allies, right? So that the warrior doesn't have to be targeted, because ideally you're spreading the damage around. And if the warrior doesn't have a way directly taunting, then it should be directing, like, protection in that way. They also have something, and it showed it on another card. I don't think this would be useful. A divine shield. What the fuck? Divine shield, which makes you immune to the next hit that you take. There. So this divine shield comes out. If they get hit, it just removes the divine shield. A divine shield, I think, would come from, like, a healer class as a protection measure versus that warrior or, like, what am I thinking? Armor, right, would be from, like, a tank. So here's the classic warrior there. So you get shield over time. But yes, shield would be temporary, in a sense. That could be one churchy Luminancer skill. Yo, it could be. Applying, like, the shield, in a sense. Let's see, how are it? Buff allies. Debuff enemies. Remove obstacles, I think, was what we would quantify as support. So it's buff allies, debuff enemies, remove obstacles would be support. Deal damage. Attacker feels really simple. We can obviously make unique attackers, but yeah, it just feels really simple. Deals fucking damage. How do they do it? They fucking hit. There. That's their job. You want attackers on your team. So I guess, do you guys like this definition for our characters, or should we change it? I also want to add additional archetypes. Single target healer. Group healer. So these are different in large distracted play. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the game itself, and we can update. Obviously we only have one level, but the framework's there to add as many levels as we want. All right, so large single heal to a single target. Smaller heal to multiple targets. That's basically the only difference between these two, is that who they heal and how much they heal. We also have AoE attacker versus single target attacker. What could the difference here be? As just a brief example, is I would classify Nika as a AoE attacker, right? Deal smaller damage to multiple targets. Deal large damage to single target. Right? I think this would work well too, because it just becomes like, okay, we have these attackers you'll bring on your team because you need to deal with a lot of weak enemies at once, such as the fucking ravens. The raven encounter you guys had, where it's just 5 ravens that all had 4 health or less. Okay. Let's go back to our summons. So, this is what I was thinking for Cubby, but should we change it? Should we just make it gain taunt for X amount of time? Because I'm totally fine with that, too. Because that could be it. The reason I did this was that it does complement this skill directly, right? So it becomes like you have Cubby on your team and you're just upping this. But we could also just do it gain taunt, and the taunt lasts, like as you upgrade the skill, it just lasts longer as well. What do you guys think? And this could be, maybe this is just too high level of a skill. I mean, this skill does seem better than taunt. I agree. It does seem better than taunt. I don't see, Cubby hasn't done any taunts yet, or hasn't gained taunt. I think Cubby does have taunt as a option when it levels. I can't remember. It's hot as fuck, by the way, so you're gonna see me drink a lot of water today because it's just hot. It's so fucking hot down here. That's part of the reason I know my kids are up, because I see them still up, just playing with the window. Yeah, it's so fucking hot.
The Gerbil Ninja won't say I ate some water.
Cheers.
Preferably down your throat.
Okay. Let's maintain this for right now, and if we find it's too overpowered, we remove it. Okay. So that's for uncommons, that's all that's gains. Let's talk about Puppy. What is Puppy's skill? Well, Puppy is an attacker, right? So what skill should Puppy have that complements attack? And I've got a couple ideas, but I'd like to hear from the group. What do you guys think? I could see an attack that is like Puppy clears a part of the board. Maybe like 1 row or something. Although that could fit better on a boar. Either way. Clears like 1 row of the board so everything falls. And then deals damage equal to the cleared units. Or something like that. Too. So it could be utility there, but what it's really doing is it's just shuffling the board a little bit. Puppy runs across the board, just a twitch frame. We can see that, just like... Puppy runs to assault. That's why I'm saying, like, it might fit better for the boar, because the boar has a charge. You're thinking she spawned more matches? I mean, we could do that. Like, Puppy increases in numbers. So, I mean, that could just be simple. Replace... Let's say replace 3 random... Yeah, just random gems on the board with Puppy. Right? That could just be the simple skill. There. Skill builds up, and it just basically Puppy comes out in there. And then I'm going to put a plus here as a reminder there that, like, at a higher level version of this skill, they would spawn more there. But what that does, right, is it effectively removes. It's a good level uncommon skill. Too, so it doesn't have to be super special. You know what? Fuck it. I keep thinking about this. I think uncommons should have traits. They should have traits too. They'll get their traits when they level up, just like everybody else, but they can have traits. I don't think their traits have to be unique though. So for example, I think Puppy's trait should be power of 4, which is essentially deal more damage in a 4-match combo. There. That feels like that fits. There. Ramming or running be fit for a boar. Puppy reason be spawning more Puppy because her skill reference. Yeah, I think that makes sense. We spawn some more puppies into the board, and then we have this power of 4 skill here. And Cubby could have something else. So let's take a look. I actually have a lot of so many tabs here. Where is it? Ability ideas. So this is some of the ideas that I had written down here as well. So we have stuff like this, right? Does more damage when the enemy has more health. Erases all characters 5 columns to left and right. There. We can add Mars. I don't see no reason not. Occasionally erases one foe disruption. Attacks occasionally deal more damage. I mean, we could do this. Occasionally delays Earth foe attacks, right? And that could be complemented to anything. Leaves the foe stunned. I don't think it's going to be increased damage done by Earth in a combo. I think that's more of a support skill. There. Maybe... I mean, this could actually be Puppy's trait, too. Deals more damage the more of this character on the board. I think I like that more. Because what that does, it still influences, like, what we have. I'm gonna put this in Cubby for a second. So, the more Puppy you have, the better. Right? So you just want a lot more Puppy on the board, and it's just basically an additional, I don't know, like, let's say 5% damage increase. 5% damage increase per Puppy on board. Something like that. So it starts off small, but it adds up very quickly, because at a minimum... Hell, I probably need to decrease it even more. 2. We'll say 3. Because at a minimum, if you only have 3 and you're using those 3 to make a combo, that's increasing the damage by 9%. There as well. So I think that's that. We should have... So commons need something, right? I think commons... Here's what I thought. I think commons can get a trait, but only when they get leveled up. Like, everything should have something that makes them unique, right? Probably some characters focus damage and supports. It would be directly helping matches. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Like, and that feels like a very support-esque skill where it just helps opportunities for matches, or it just... We definitely need some characters that delay or do effects against the enemy, right? Because we have these enemies that are doing things to us here as well, and we need to have characters that are doing things to prevent them from doing stuff as well. So I think that's an important aspect that we need to make sure we're considering. But I think, let's say that everything will get at least a trait. We'll get a trait, but like commons, they'll get their trait when they reach max level. As soon as they reach their level 20, they'll just get their max trait, right? So they're very easy to upgrade, very easy to set up, but they still provide some value of some sort. But they don't get skills or anything else. Like, they're intended to be replaced. So let's think about here. Let's talk about other characters that we know. So we have... Where was it? Yasri. So Yas, you suggested a skill there. So if an ally takes damage, increases Yas's damage. There, I think that's a good idea. So let's do this. So let's do A1. So if an ally takes damage, increase Yasri damage by, let's just say, 2%. There. Or it should be a small amount, right? Because you could take damage a lot of times. And then at A2, if ally takes damage, increase Yasri damage by 3%. Right? So a reason to upgrade still, but it substantially increases damage. I think this skill, I'll call it stealth, should be this other skill. And what it does is remove all Yasri from the board. Just there, starts a combo. There. Insta-kill. Next skill. Or skill 1. Insta-kill. Roll a die. Instantly remove one character that matches the die number, right? So it's to kill, right? It matches Yas. Who you kill? Who fucking knows? It rolls a die. You might kill the boss. You might kill your ally. Who knows? You might kill yourself. The perfect Yas skill. Remove that. Shoot my friend. Although, funny enough, Yas, shoot my friend would then trigger your own skill. Oh. Oh, I don't know if it fits you though. Okay, here's my thought. We do that. We do a skill that deals damage to one of your friends at the cost their damage gets to increase. Right? Like they do more damage. Or, and this would actually change you from attacker to support, which I think could work as well. I'm now all in on this. So, hear me out. Here's my thought. You deal damage to random ally, which would end up triggering your skill. That ally gains plus, I don't know, 10% attack. Something like that. So what it does is it triggers your effect because they have taken damage. But then they get boosted. But you're still dealing damage to them, right? It would just be your regular attack. This could still be quite powerful as well in the event that the ally you happen to hit is a tank, right? The tank's gonna be like, ugh, I don't give a fuck. And then they're dealing a lot more damage. I mean, it's probably even more powerful if you hit an attacker with it. But I could see doing something like that. It's just like backstab. This is so dumb, but it's just calling it backstab and it has the double meaning. Just the double meaning. Back arrow. I think so. I think that would be really cool. We do need, I mean, we definitely will have a blood zerker in it. The more damage that they have taken, the more damage they deal, right? But yeah, I could see buff taking damage and then all of a sudden you're comboing, right? That makes sense to me. What do you guys think? These work well for Yas's skills? Yasri's skills and traits? Hell yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about Summer. Summer's skill. I think the only upgrade here, but I think this works. So one of the things, of course, is... But if Yas is currently super high damage, the skill might need to bypass damage plus. I'm sorry, what? If Yas is currently super high damage, the skill might need to bypass the damage plus. Yeah, I'd probably need to increase it. I mean, if it's like way too high damage, we could decrease this. There, I'm actually almost considering that Yas might be a supporter more than an attacker with these sets of skills as well. Oh, it should be flat value. Oh, yeah, I agree. This should be flat value. So deal damage, flat value. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It's just a flat value there. It's not a percentage, right? It just deals a flat value and then their defense can take over. Yes, just do a damage RPG either. he plays. Stealth skill is totally support. I think stealth is totally support. I also think this skill is technically support. It's a backward support, but maybe we make Yas a supporter instead. Not that it particularly matters there. You're not going to ping it, but in spectacular that reshuffles the board. Improved version skill makes moves unbreakable blocks, removes them to the edge of the board. That's good. Moves unbreakable blocks or moves them to the edge of the board. I mean, I could see that. Yeah, we could have like somebody that shuffles them, there. Something that makes character that makes sense for, right?
Your friendly neighborhood chief support.
Yeah, thief support. Full thief support. Okay, so let's go back to, I was talking about Summer for a moment. So Summer is a niche, one of those niche characters. So her ability to change enemy units to herself is going to be obviously entirely dependent on if the enemies are changing stuff. But the skills where they are, this is going to be critical. Will Yasuka improve drop rates if he's on the team? See, that I don't think we want to do that kind of stuff necessarily, but that is kind of a cool idea as well. I was also thinking about, like, when levels end, we give I've been playing a little bit of, I think it's like Monster Hunter Bejeweled or whatever. I don't know. It's been something new, but I've noticed that when the level ends, the amount of moves that you have left act as a bonus, so that it's destroying more levels and you essentially get more coins at the end of it. I think we should do the same here as well, that basically we have all these coins that are dropping too, and it could be like a secondary trait that's like, hey, all these coins are dropping, and if you delete them or remove them, you get extra bonus money and stuff. And I'm like, that could be sick as fuck. And in that case, we could give Yas that kind of skill. Yes, Apple. In the Elden Ring DLC, they added a weapon class that is literally just Monster Hunter longswords. Hell yeah. Good. That's what it should be. God, I love the longswords. All right, let's look here. So we have this knight. I don't, we'll skip the fucking knight. All right, but let's talk about, I don't know, Salty's not here right now. So let's talk about Nibu-san. There, so Nibu-san, we have skill is removing black clouds, right? That's the basis of their trait, is they're going to be removing black clouds. Then you have this basic skill, which I think many healers will have some variant of this, where it's just like changes your combos from Nibu-san to healing there. So it's now a healing effect as well. What should we have as skill 2? What is something else that Nibu-san could help with? That would help with specialty, but I think should be something clear of, she clear negative status effects. I think that should be it. I actually do. I think it should be like, remove negative status effects from just, let's see, from target, or from should be one, I think it should be from one ally, right? Did you do it again, or did you get to 19? You got to fucking 19. That's a fucking good combo. That's a fucking good combo. You broke it? Well, that broke in it too. I'm seeing it like on the side. Also, lady, I love seeing that you're using your party. Also, it does look like lady's dead. It's, the game's broke as fuck. Yeah, I think just remove negative status effects from one ally and, heal them, oh, I don't know, 50% attack, right? Oh, no, I've got a better idea. Let's heal them 150% attack. So if her attack's like 5, it's healing 7.5 there. It does kind of sound like the removing status effects could be an oxygen thing. I do think, I gotta make sure oxygen's marked support. Yeah, oxygen needs to be marked support. That's important. There. But I could see this, like, this fits the healer vibe, right? When we're talking about class archetypes, remove debuffs, regen health, like, that makes sense. That fits healer on it, as well as being able to clear out black clouds. Trait would probably be on more than one too. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you need more than one trait? Or are you saying clear more than one black cloud? Because if we give you more than one trait, you become legendary and you become harder to acquire. This removal status effects on Nibu also for Oxy. I could see that. Okay, I could see that. So let's go to Oxy. So the difference here, right? Nibu-san is healer class. Oxygen is support. So where the fuck is Oxygen? There we go. Support. So what should we have Oxygen do? I like the idea of Oxygen having some form of RNG with his abilities there. Like, we don't know. Like, we don't know what about it's going to happen, but we know it's going to do something. And I also think Oxygen would do really well at removing matches. Like, his ability should be related to just removing things from the board. Right? So, like, here's my thought. Throw 3 random potions. Let's see. I'm just spitballing here. Throw potions at 3 random spaces. The effects are remove the gem, set on fire, or restore health to character. What's another random effect we could do? So remove the gem, set the gem on fire. Yes, a buff to that gem. Buff gem on next match. There. Oh, it's absolutely possible. Yeah, that's absolutely possible. There, we just mark the gem with a buff, basically. Like, we can mark gems with buffs, debuffs. Why not? Yeah, it's like an enchanted gem. So it's like one space. So just go here and emphasize it. So it'd be like we choose this space at random, right? And I go in and I say background color yellow. Oh no, not on this one. Wrong. No. Background color yellow. So this is what we would do, right? Is we would essentially say this gem is special and it would be energized and pulsating when we do some visual effects. And if this gem gets combined with something, that combo will deal more damage. And I think that should just be the effect, right? It's just choosing 3 random gems. And okay, so remove gem if block, right? So if it's a block, it'll just remove the gem. It'll restore health to a character, or it'll buff gem on next match. There. So essentially, it's going to choose 3 things at random. One of the things is going to get buffed. One of the things is maybe if it's a block, it'll automatically remove it. Or it's going to get a heal. There. It's either going to, you know what? Even to simplify it, right? Just for there, let's not even do the healing. Let's not even do the healing. It's going to choose 3 random gems. If it's a gem that we like, it gets a buff on its next match, and we do the same thing. We're highlighting the gem, and we're saying, it's about to get a fucking buff and deal more damage. And then we just remove it from, or we remove a block. There. And it's specifically blocked, so if it hit this cloud, it wouldn't remove the cloud, it would remove the block underneath it. Does that make sense? Does that work for you guys? I kind of like it, but what do you guys think? Is that a good ability? Like, would you want to use this character for that ability? It's good? Okay. Now we still need to give Oxygen some kind of passive, and I think I want to play on this, the buffing a gem. So let's do that. Let's say A1 on match, not combo, to be clear, has a chance to buff one gem nearby. And then A2 on match, not combo, has a greater chance to buff one gem nearby. Oh, I absolutely think so. I think what it is that gem in particular deals like, I mean 100% of the attack. Or, well, technically it does. How the damage is calculated right now is really stupid, and it's going to be better. I'll just show you guys here. So let's click here. I'm going to click hero. How is damage calculated? Oh, it's really fucking easy. I just go in here and I say, hey, are they fucking dead? If they're dead, I make them deal half damage, and then just multiply whatever their attack is by the number of matches. That's all it is right now. So what we could do here is we basically determine, is one of those things buffed? If it is buffed, great. Then that one deals the attack of all of this as its own. There. So I think that could be very easily done as well. Basically with all these, if we think of the idea, I'll just figure out how to program it later. Actually, I'm not even going to do this. It's just on match. Just on match in general. Oxy will do this, because it's not so overpowered of an ability, especially if I don't make it 100% chance. There. So just on match, even if it combos, right, has just a chance to buff one of the nearby gems, making it stronger, which is the perfect support ability. It is buffing gems. Now we do have to give him one more skill. We have to give him something else here. So what would be another good Oxygen support skill related to this potion thrower? My immediate thought is some kind of debuff to an enemy. So I don't know, maybe like adding +2 to their delays or something like that. So like target enemy gains +2 to their delay. There, I'll honestly, it'd just be longer. Let's just make it +4 as a baseline. So you have the target enemy activates the skill, and now their delay is just longer. I'm gonna doesn't use action. He trips, takes 1 damage, and splash. Yes, that's exactly. He slips into a puddle. It just goes. Psh. I can't wait for that. So I can't wait to do sound effects, because you guys know those quotes. It's not only gonna be the quotes, too. We're gonna voice act them, and at least I'm gonna voice act them if need be. But we should have them voice acted, and it should be like you get to the end of the stage, you win, and it's like, good job, champ. I knew we could fucking do it. And then you lose, and they're like, this is an unseen disgrace. I can't show my face around here. I can't. This is horrible. Just like the actual game, Artanis immune to all damage. Yes, immune to all damage. Artanis takes 0 damage from everything. Okay. Let's talk about what characters you guys want to do next. Who do we want to do next? I think we finished Artanis, right? Did we finish Artanis? Yeah, we finished Artanis. Yeah, we finished Artanis for right now. Worm. Okay, we can do Worm. Where's Worm? Worm is a common. It only gets a trait, and its trait should not be super special. Rim? Worm is Worm. It's just Worm. It's just Worm. Worm is Worm. That's it. It's just a generic worm that you could find. You could find out in nature. You could find a pet worm. It dig. That's it. It's a common. I don't think it needs to be super special. Or anything too. Does it know mud speak? No, it doesn't. Worm does not know mud speak. Like these should have just kind of like lesser effects. So let's see. I don't know. Let's just look here. Increases damage, inflicts weakened off balance could be. That could be it. There's a chance to increase damage. Mac, get down from there. He's at his mom's desk, getting in her chair, getting ready to take something off of her desk. Yeah, we just call it burrow, right? It just. Oh, you see, and this could just be it. It just, like, occasionally will inflict weakened. Right? So, increases. Maybe it's just occasionally inflicts weakened on enemies. I should make worm legendary. Oh, we'll have legendary worms. You guys haven't been to a Theodore yet. If anybody ends up going to a Theodore, they might encounter a legendary worm. And it's gonna be big. It's gonna be real big. Like sandworm big. Like, oh fuck, you dead. This kind of thing. Have this as a pet. Lady, this will be a very hard pet to tame. Because first off, you gotta fucking... We'll make it look like this. You gotta bind it somehow.
I'll eat it in one bite.
I mean, that's possible too. You just gotta roll well. Never make... Yeah, just do Terraria. Just full Terraria. Alright, so I'm thinking here is occasionally... inflicts weakened on enemy. Just that's it. There, so the worm occasionally will just make it so the enemies deal less damage. That's all it needs to be. Or it could even be like we could even just delay it occasionally, but this is just on combo, right? So it's just something there on combo, occasionally will inflict. There. Greater Raven. Occasionally inflicts bleed on enemy. You're thinking the osprey species has some experience with worms? Yeah, they might. One row charge. I do think so. I think a one row charge should be reserved for a boar with a skill rather than just a trait. Just some kind of trait. Something lizard hound. What do we do for Salazar's Elite? We've got Salazar's Elite right here. What shall we do? So I have Salazar's Elite as an attacker right now. An argument could be made that it should be a tank as well, which we could do. Make it a legendary tank. There. What do you guys think? We've got Salazar's Elite now. What should we do with Salazar's Elite? I already know how I'm going to do this boss fight, which you guys are going to love. And by that, I mean you're going to fucking hate it. Salazar's Elite on regular attacks will inflict poison. Yeah. We'll just... Every time he attacks an enemy, they'll be inflicted with poison, which is going to negate the next heal that you guys receive. But he's a legendary, like he should be. So we need to do something with special with him. Yeah, heals don't seem super common. Tank and poison's gonna be painful. Oh my god, yeah. You just slowly battle attritioning you down. I mean, that's if we want to make him a tank. I only say tank because he's a guard, right? Essentially, at the end of the day, he's there to guard Salazar. So it can be a tank. Is every dungeon boss a legendary? I wouldn't say so. but probably. Like, probably we'd make it legendary. Part of my reason for legendary is it should be something that people shouldn't necessarily have that feels like kind of thematic. He should be pretty tanky. Let's just make him tank. Rather than attacker class, let's make him a tank. Why not? He could be a legendary tank. We need those. Yeah, it should be something bossy. One boss to just cave in a few bears. Hell yeah. That's what it should be. I do need a legendary of every type. And I mean, we're going to need multiple legendaries of every type. So Salazar, what is he all about? So if he's a tank, he needs to have some kind of defense ability, right? And his abilities need to make sense for defending the team, but also could also be dealing damage. Like, that's perfectly fine, right? And these abilities that we're setting up here are the you acquire the boss as a playable character later kind of abilities, not the abilities there. Lizard Hound takes his damage. See, that could be funny. Here, let me just put in Lizard Hound for you guys. Lizard Hound is an animal. And I don't know, let's just make it wind. Probably be attacker. And definitely either needs to be it's gonna be common. That's just what it is. We'll just make it common. There. If you get hits, enemy gets poisoned, make that. If you got hit, enemy gets poisoned. But he's not like a piranha, though. Like, I could see that for like a piranha. Or not piranha. Porcupine. The other P animal. Oh, we'll definitely need nightmare creatures. I agree. I know Pink has been working on some nightmare creatures for the campaign. Piranha, porcupine, same thing, basically, in the end of the day. I'm now checking on my kids, making sure they're unconscious. Looks like it, so that's a victory. Any P animal. Yeah, any animal with a P, they're basically all the same thing anyway. I used to think hedgehogs were baby porcupines, but that's child not understanding how things work. Salazar's elite. Do it. Check on Mac. He's just laying and snuggling off to the side. In fact, I may have maybe we'll catch him on camera. Yeah, you can see him on camera. Here, let's bring him up to the side. In fact, here we've got. Cool. We can do this, and you guys can look at Mac as well. There we go. You guys can enjoy Mac while we work on abilities. It's not like you fully need to read them, but instead of poison, probably bleed. Lizards can be spiky. Let's look at Salazar. Let's look at this big chonky man. There he is. It'd be really convenient if we won and he came up, but that's neither here or there. There's Mr. Salazar. He shows up to class. He's like, I'm fucking here. Let me just actually pull up his image, though. Alright, here's Salazar's elite. Here's big boy Salazar's elite. Right? Introduce negative healing. Oh, you mean the pretty dude? You want the pretty dude? There is a pretty lizard, but yeah, this is Salazar's elite. How strong is that actually a Salazar? So, Salazar's class is technically like politician nobleman. So the answer is it's not necessarily that he's weak. It's that he has influence. His skills and traits fall into luck and charisma, right? Can you kill him easy? The truth upon it is I'm not going to answer that. The truth is, let's say he's easy to kill. He's going to be almost impossible to access. Right? Like, he's going to be very hard to access because he's coming in and devastating things. if he is hard to kill, it doesn't necessarily negate that he's hard to access, but it would make him easier to access because he just doesn't fucking care. Right? Like, he'll put himself in danger because he knows there's nothing you can do to stop him as well. Like, that's what you need to worry about with nobles, is who's around and who's not. One thing I'll point out for you guys, if you might have forgotten, is as soon as you walked out of that room, who was there? Salazar's elite was there. They were just around the corner, just around the door. He was probably just going like, just a knock on the door. They would have come in and wiped you, right? Like, that's just what it would have been, too. So, it reminds, yeah, Puppy did roll a 20 on this dude and bit him straight in the fucking neck, made him bleed. I still visualize that, just like grabbing here, he grabs the dog and throws him off to the side and he's like, the fuck you doing? Alright, some more I want to cover there. Because enemies are going to heal themselves too, counter a healer. Healer tries to heal ally, but ally negative healing does damage. That is a spooky ability. I like what you're saying, though, Mora, because Salazar's elite, one of their things, right, is the poison swords. Their swords inflict poison, which is very, very good. He probably does have a reviver on his payroll. I agree with you, Apple. He probably does. And if he doesn't, he's a fucking noble. He has connections there. Like, he's probably connected with the archbishops and stuff like that that can do that kind of ability. He's got his paw. I don't know why Mac does this. He just eats his paw. Yeah, I think this could work, because we also got to think that it's not only just regular enemies that you're fighting, right? It's other things. So maybe his first trait is just occasionally inflict poison on target enemy, right? He just goes in and he's just straight up poison. What is he doing? Look at him. I'm just now watching back. What the fuck are you doing, dude? He's gonna sit and hang out and probably eat his paw. Nails trimmed? They are. We take them on quite a few walks, so they are pretty well trimmed. Do not know. Mac, do you need a bone? Yeah, you heard that. 1 second.
Tegerby Ninja thinks you look parched. Try some water to fix that.
Give him a little bone. Hydrate. Actually, out of water. I'll be back. All right, random idea. Robbie doing a diss track. I mean, if you write it, it'll come. Salazar puts a shield on himself and other minions of Salazar. Okay, I can see that. Could make that. That'd be harder to do as a subclass. But yeah, let's just do that as one of his skills. Gain. I don't know. Just gain 2 shield is just a skill, right? One of the basic skills, he just gains 2 shield or something there. Occasionally, he's going to inflict poison on his enemies there. We haven't done summer yet, but we can go up and do summer next, too, because we should. What Cubby we have marked as a tank. Yeah, give us ideas for summer, and we'll do summer. Skill 2. I mean, skill 2 should probably... So we want to keep theme tank. We don't have to necessarily keep theme of Salazar's Elite, but we do want to keep theme tank there. So I think his skill 1, just being a really basic, he just gains shield, right? It's sometimes easier thinking like that ultimate there. All summers on the board turn into other characters. That would be interesting, actually. Dave, I like that idea. Summer gains a gun. Tilt the camera down. So we can enjoy Mac's presence. It's the secret purpose of the stream. There. Yeah, Summer become Ditto. Oh god, the gun! But I do like that, actually. I think that would work well for Summer's skill. Transform all Summers on the board into other heroes. And just leave it at that. Right? We can make it a high recharge. Like, it doesn't have to be quick. Well, I think Yas... It's not necessarily better as well. So, in fact... Okay. Take this into account, Yas. Yours removes yourself on the board, making it so everything falls right away and it immediately starts a combo. Summer's just transforms it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're making combos with it. And I guess yours doesn't either. I don't think it's bad to have crossover abilities because your guys' unique abilities make you different, right? As well. Plus you guys are also different types. So you've got dark versus wind as well. So it's not necessarily bad having some crossover in this way. But I do think they are different enough that we'll see something different. Because, like, for example, if we go to this board, right? Transforming the Summers, like, unless this Summer gets transformed into Dearlord, like, it's actually not useful for it to transfer as much there. Likewise, like, if this Summer transfers into Salazar's Elite, great, or Dearlord, great, but if it transforms into Nisan by random chance, it's not actually a change. Yeah. No, I think it's Dave, honestly, I think it's a great skill. I think it's a good skill, and it makes sense for Summer there. Especially, it still complements the fact that anytime an enemy unit would be added to your board, it's instead replaced by Summer there. But yeah, it's, I still think, Yas, it's different. Because one thing with your stealth, right, is if you are, like, in ice, that unit vanishes, and it's just gone all of a sudden. Which leaves a hole open, and it will still leave the ice there as well. But now there's gaps that you can fill that weren't available before. So, for example, something we didn't discuss is that you can have empty gaps, like this. And now I have a hole here, and you can put a piece in that hole as well, you know, if it's a legal match. So you could put pieces in the hole, and that's something that would be better there. Elite basic tank ability, taunt, gain HP. Yeah, I think that's, and I think in place of, like, the gain HP, it's gain shield, right? But I agree with you. Maybe it's just that. Gain taunt, gain 2 shield. Just a really basic there. It's in there. Wonder if Apple is a skin or art character. Honestly, Apple, when I think about it, I think Apple should be a character. I think Apple falls into, and I'm just going to put it here, like, Apple is a different thing. Fearing the copyright, yes, it's going to have, like, close proximity to a certain Pokemon. but we can make it different enough. Apple is gluttony. The ultimate plot twist. Oh my god. I'm now envisioning like a really tiny gluttony. Not like a horrific demon, but like a really tiny, just there and be like, hello, I'm here to consume all of the earth, and together we will destroy everything. Wah! And just opens her mouth and just all of a sudden consumes an entire town. And he's like, oh, I fucking did it, bitch. Next, I'll consume your soul. And that's just Apple. Literal Apple lore. Basically that. But that's the gluttony demon. Oh my god. You guys are so far off from meeting gluttony. Because I don't want you to meet something like gluttony unless either your life is about to be forfeit or you're ready to fight it. And you guys are not ready to fight gluttony. Gluttony would wipe you so hard as well. Maybe not as hard as Group 2 is about to be wiped by the legendary dragon because Dave's gonna think it's a good idea to shoot it. I mean, you literally there shoot it, but go to like taunt it somehow and he's like, I'll fucking redirect it. And it just steps on him. I've already calculated the damage out, and I'm just gonna make the legendary dragon deal something like 400 damage on its basic attacks. But I mean, you do need to shoot it, by the way. You guys will have access to cannons and shit, and you will need to shoot it. A little bit of metagaming. There is a certain amount of damage you need to deal, and then the dragon will be repelled as well. And you have access to a number of tools. Yeah, basically not before that happens. Yeah, no, you guys have a number of tools that you can use to repel said dragon. So, like, you can launch a cannonball at it, right? And that will deal a certain amount of damage depending on where you hit it as well. There. So it's gonna be quite a bit. Your cardinal demon probably wins these. Yeah, you get cannons. You guys get fucking cannons. Actually, since you guys are here, I want to talk about a new rule. Is there crit spots? Yeah, there will be critical hit spots. I mean, it's mostly going to be you're rolling your dice and seeing if you get a crit. I do want to talk about a new rule that I'm going to introduce, and we're going to try it out on Sunday session, right? So what it's going to be, or here's the situation, right? And I started thinking about this particularly because of Group 2. Group 2 has some healers with melee weapons. It also has some squishier characters with melee weapons. And I don't want to take melee weapons from anybody. And one thing that this game does take away, in a sense, is the ability to have tactical positioning based on your class. Everybody's just kind of available all the time, right? And that's can be a problem. I'm actually going to move this up so that we can still see chat. That's a problem. And what I think I'm going to change, and we're going to test out and see if it works, is players will declare if they are front row or back row. Players that are back row cannot be targeted by characters until the front row is cleared as well. And then, if you are in the back row with a melee weapon, you are -1 to hit. So, the answer, Dave, is yes, when we initiate combat, you do tell me where you are starting in the combat. And yes, during combat, you can switch positions on your turn. So on your turn, you can transition into front row, but you can't transition to back row immediately after attacking. So yeah, you can front row and back row switch, so you're not locked in as well. So if you feel like, hey, I need a little more defense, you can take a moment to get back row there. Who out of Group 2 has the most health? Oxygen. Oxygen has the most health. I'm pretty confident. I'm going to double check here. I think it's not even close. All right. Group 2. It's not even close. I mean, okay, it's kind of close. Oxygen has the most health, and then Pink. And the character that gets shit on the most is Mora, who has the least amount of health by half of Dave's health, who is the third healthy on the team. So when we're talking squishy, Amora was who I was thinking about. Because Mora has a staff. It is getting decimated just because of the melee rules. So I think what we want to do is update it there. So I'm thinking of trying out this front row, back row thing. Actually, dear, now that you say this, now that you bring this up, I have to check something. Can you guys see this? I hope you guys can't. I'm realizing that you guys might be able to see shit like that on screen. What do you guys see right now? I also can't read. Do you see a blank screen? Just question mark. When I switch to that, I'm realizing I'm switching windows and browsers, so I don't actually know what you see as well. But I want to bring up Deer's character for a second, because I think Deer, you might now have the most health of group 2. I'm gonna double check here. Double checking. No, Deer, you are tied. You are tied for the most health with oxygen. It's black. Okay, good. Yeah, Deer has not been revealed yet. We have not revealed Deer's character, but Deer's character does have the most health, tied with oxygen. So, once again, Mora is super fucking weak. Yeah, no, so in this case, there, Mora, you don't need to switch your weapon. There. It's just going to give you a -1 to your hit, but then you don't need to switch it. You can still there. So you and Mora should be backline? Yes and no. That's up to you. On it, Dave. Honestly, if you're just going squishy stuff, then yes, I guess. But you're like literally double health of Mora. There. So like you might swap. Yeah, it makes sense to swap. But yes, it will. You guys will have those opportunities. And swapping is a free action, but you can only do it on your turn. So essentially, like if you move from the back line to the front line, you could swap. Now you have +1 to hit on your melee attacks, right? You're not really +1, but right. But then you're more likely to get hit because you're just in the front row. Versus if you take a step at the back row and you could spend that turn switching your weapon and something like that. So I will clarify that switching from front to back is a free action that you can only do on your turn, right? But then, yes, it allows you can swap. And it's like, here's another consideration. It's not a matter of like, only certain number of people could be in the back row. You could declare everybody but one person in the back row. But that front row person will be the only valid target from the enemies, which means they will fucking murder them. Just as a heads up, it just will happen. So I don't recommend it, doing it that way, but it's all to your guys' strategy. I mean, if you have a good enough tank, yeah, fucking do it. There's Puppy. Yes, we'll just make Mora perish. Like, you guys are getting to a point like Mora would probably perish immediately. You should give Artanis a gun. You'd have to find one. You have to find one and learn how to use it because, I'll be honest, it's going to be hard to find. I mean, muskets exist. There are muskets in the game, so you could use a musket. More a super back line. No, if you really want to do it, you just have to slowly shuffle people up to the front line and just leave more on the back line.
Summer then has a tea party with all your dead bodies and the heads.
Yes. Almost all bandits have guns. A lot of the bandits either had muskets. More of them didn't have guns. They usually had bows. Yeah, that was some of the bandits did have muskets, but most of them you guys encountered had bows. Dave, you are correct. Your stuff are considered different weapons. Yeah, someone did shoot you with a musket and critted you, so that did in fact happen, and you took I think 8 damage from it as well. It was either 6 or 8 damage, but you took a lot of fucking damage from the gunshot. Hi, Mac. He's just hanging out with me now. switch to shared since you can't see him anyway. Puppy with a gun. You guys are gonna have to go to Macedonia if you want to get that kind of heavy artillery. I'd allow it. Oh, I don't know when I should reveal this. I'm gonna reveal it now. Fuck it. I'm gonna reveal it now. Actually, I'm gonna. Okay, this is for Lady. I've come up with an enchanted magical item that you're gonna want. You're gonna want it. It's a spoiler. You know what? I'm gonna fucking do it because I've been thinking about it and I love it. It's not gonna be easy to acquire. All right, I'm gonna just start by saying this. It's not gonna be easy to acquire, but Lady, you are starting to encounter a problem, right? You're starting to encounter a problem right now. What's that problem? You're starting to have a lot of pets. You're having a lot of pets, and it's going to be harder and harder to go places with all these pets, and you're going to have to put them somewhere. But you know that the beast tamers of the Principality of Ra don't have this problem. No, they don't really have this problem at all. Why don't they have this problem? Because they have what is known, it's very rare, but is known as a pocket menagerie, which is a special little thing that can be stored in a bag, and when you want to, you can bring it out, set it down, and it grows essentially to the size of a barn where their pets are stored.
It's time for
where
the
their animals are
motherfucking
stored.
lore!
So it's a magic item, and then when you want to, your animals can go in it, and they will shrink with it as well. So you can do this, and then you could store all of your animals in your menagerie. And then when you want to, you just set it down on the ground, say the incantation, and it'll grow to full size. It's basically a Pokeball. It's a multi-Pokemon Pokeball, but that's basically what it is. Throw our enemies into funny storage and throw in a river. I mean, you could. They wouldn't necessarily drown. Throw Dear Lord in the barn. But yes, it's specifically, the name is called Pocket Menagerie. It's a specialty item.
I wanna be the very best, like
Yes.
no one ever was.
Bum bum bum. Yes. So I'm throwing that out there as an item that you might want to keep your ears open to. Like I said, it is 1, rare, and 2, expensive as fuck. But once you have it, you have it. And you can use it for whatever you need there. And I would argue that most pocket menageries would be able to easily accommodate 10 pets. Easily be able to accommodate 10 pets there. And it just becomes a matter of just then tending to your pets each day. You know, you set it down, let it grow up, and you say, hey, everybody, how's it going? Now, here's another consideration, though. One downside of a pocket menagerie is that your pets are less accessible if you wanted to swap between them between combats, right? Because you would have to spend the time to set down the pocket menagerie, grow it up, go in, swap your pets out, and that stuff. But yes, your pets are like your JoJo stand. Oh, fuck, yeah, that reminds me. Fuck, you guys are reminding me good shit today. Good shit. Let's talk about another thing. I have started the process, slow because I've been mostly programming. I've started the process of writing your characters. Of writing not just your characters, your level 6 through 10 abilities. And let me tell you, I want insanity. I really want insanity. Will there be more weapons like ladies in said future? Yeah, of course there's going to be more weapons and gear, and there's going to be specialty things for everybody there. 1 second. I think Mac just escaped. he's hearing fireworks and he's getting a little spooky. But yes, so I have started working on your level 6 through 10 abilities. And the reason I bring it up is because some of your abilities are really fucking cool. And lady, you said JoJo Stan. I'm working it out. I'm working it out, but I have an ability planned that will equate to you gaining some kind of abilities or effects based on the animal that you currently have attending you, essentially, or that you're currently commanding. It's kind of like, I don't want to go full druid approach, although I've also started building a druid class, just by the way, which is different than your class. But this idea that essentially you gain some sort of advantage based on your companion that you have with you. So that's kind of there. So that's kind of something I'm working on. Also, guys, Salty's not here, so this is actually funnier for me to spoil it for you guys. So you guys know Void Cursed, right? You know Void Cursed. And for those that don't know Void Cursed, like Deer, you might be a little less familiar with the concept of Void Cursed. I'm just going to pull up an image here. Here's Desmond, the Void Cursed. So Void Cursed. What are Void Cursed? Void Cursed, once again, are big old clouds. They're technically like ghost clouds. That's what they are. They're dead. They can't be really killed. They don't eat. They don't drink, which is, tricky for some things. We had to actually do a modification on Salty during one such fight. But in either case, Void Cursed only take on a form because they are possessing, like cloaks and masks. They're possessing lesser things to make them look more approachable. But if they weren't that, they would just be a big old black cloud. Like, that's all it is. So I want to say that word again. Void Curse are possessing objects and using that to give them appearance. So it might be assumed that a more powerful Void Curse might be able to possess a little bit more than just objects. And a Void Curse that is powerful and malicious enough might possess people and might fuck shit up. I have created this ability, and it's not the only one. It's gonna get insane. But yeah, basically, if you can imagine, that is there. Zaz is Salty. Basically, he can possess and be clouds are billowing out of whatever he's possessed, so it looks like a stand, and they're like bleeding clouds and such. Also, Apple, for Artanis, think of the abilities that you have and think of them bigger and better. Because I know the one ability you're particularly targeting, too. And there's only one problem with it, right? Is that when you go to use the ability, right, there's a cost. And there's a fight. And when you fail the fight, you just take a big old chunk, right? But you don't accomplish the mission. Well, what if some of your abilities make it easier to accomplish the mission? Apple, there's one other further consideration, because I'm going a really bad direction with this and I probably should be stopped. Apple, are you familiar with the Wall of Flesh from Terraria? Because I'm getting some inspiration, and I think there's gonna be some things that you can do at that level 6 to 10 that are gonna be quite horrific, but you're gonna want to do them. And just a small preview, just a small little thing, right? Let's just do this because this is not spoilers, especially if you don't know what it means. But just look at this image for a little bit. Just let's a little glance at this image. And I'll let you guys decide what you want to take from this image and what I mean. But Apple, what if? What if? Yeah. So I've been thinking more. So when I say literally later on, you guys, when we talk about characters ascending to godhood, we need to give them abilities that make sense of those who have ascended to godhood. You haven't met or learned a lot about the gods. We've talked about them, we've taunted, but honestly, there's only one god you guys have actually heard of as your characters. One. And that's Pantalia. And that's it. That's the only god you have actually heard of. And as such, Mac, he's chewing my door. Don't chew that. You need to stay in. I think he might want outside. I'm going to let him out. I'm going to put his harness on while I talk to you guys. So, you guys have only met Pantalia, or have heard of Pantalia. You obviously have not met her. As such, she is your one and only god that you have reference to. But you have zero reference right now on the power level of a god. Because, spoiler alert, gods are essentially level 10 versions of your characters. And if you want to ascend to godhood, or they're like level 8 to 10 versions of your characters, but if you want to ascend to godhood, well, you probably need to get to the same power level, which means I am thinking of skills that would give you there. Shouldn't I mean level 50 versions of your characters? No, Dave, I actually specifically don't. The reason is that the power scaling is going to start to increase from 5 to 10. And here's one of the reasons why. From level, even honestly, 5 to 10. Here's the reason why. Starting at level 5, you guys will all gain an additional skill point. Thank you so much for the follow.
That's how
you will
use your
gain an
thinking
additional
brain.
skill point that is used exclusively for star element abilities. Star element abilities. These skills are going to be accessible to you based on your star element. Hooray! Something really simple. But as such, you guys are going to gain more skills, more abilities, more features to your classes that are going to make them even more unique. And that's exciting to me. I can't wait to fully... That's part of the reason I'm taking some time to craft these ones, because not only do I have to come up with like 10 to 15 more abilities for every single class, but I also have these star element abilities that I need to create as well. So give me 1 second. I'm going to put out Mac, and then we'll keep talking about this. I can't leave him out long because with fireworks and shit going, that's an easy way for us to lose our dog. So yes, but abilities, some abilities, especially the higher level abilities, will start to feel way overpowered. But that's because you're only going to be able to get like one of them. You're not really going to be able to do upgrades on them. And that's going to be it. That's all it is. Because level 10 is the max level. There's nothing higher than level 10. And I want the feeling of those to be really strong. Likewise, that doesn't mean that... I mean, you could go on the same kinds of quests that you've been going on, but the kinds of quests, the kind of things that you guys are going to be doing at that level are going to be quite different. It means the challenges are going to be quite different. Trust me, if I give you guys an overpowered skill, it's because I'm giving something else overpowered skills. And because I think it's cool as fuck. That's what it comes down to. Because holy shit. It's going to get insane. You guys, I can't wait for the insanity that you guys are able to unleash, because you've seen samples of it. You've seen samples, and you've seen your level 5 skills. And while not every skill beyond level 5 is just instantly stronger than your level 5 skills, there are going to be skills that are clearly insane, clearly stronger, and clearly things you guys are going to be asking me, is this balanced? I'm going to say, I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. And that's fine. It's perfect. The way you do it right, when we talk game design on things, when you do these kind of insane fun skills, you just need to make sure that there's either reasonable drawbacks or that there is a relative reason of balance to them. And by balance, I mean you balance the things that you're fighting. You balance the challenges that you're doing. The RPG PvP seems clear. You're correct. I, in fact, did not plan any PvP in it. The PvP will be against enemies that you guys encounter. We'll figure that out later. All right, I think he's already knocking in the door, so I'm going to let Mac in. Yeah, with this many fireworks on it, we got to keep him safe and indoors. There, I don't know if we can see him here. I mean, you can see his butt. He's coming back over to me. No, Mac, stop eating the door. It's a metal door, too. He's trying to eat it. I'm like, this idiot. Yes, there you go. I'm just giving him belly rub, right? All right, so I want to steer us back as well to talk about these characters and their skills. It can be quite difficult coming up with skill ideas. I absolutely agree. And it could take quite a bit of energy and effort to do it. But we should do that. Your former roommate's dog used to eat door soup. Yeah, he has anxiety, especially separation anxiety, but he also knows that he has a powerful jaw. And if he can, he will try and eat through things. There. Yeah, ideas go there. Wait, look back your level 5 to 6. So I haven't developed your 6 yet, dear, but you might want to double check your level 5 skills. They might seem underwhelming, but they also might be slightly broken, and I'm really excited for you to get there. Is Mac actually Artanis? In a way. In a way, yeah. Now, dear, your character was one of my favorites to design. Too, because it's like a I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, but it was like I'm very passionate about it in different ways, and I cannot wait for your character to be unveiled, because it's not only going to add so much lore to the world, it's also just gonna fuck people up. Like in their heads as they see it, it's just gonna be like, what the fuck is going on? Oh no, I mean, that's up to him. I kind of want to reveal, but I kind of don't, too. I don't know.
So what is Hobbs' special ability?
Yeah, we should talk about Hobbs. Let's go to Hobbs. Let's talk about Hobbs. Hobbs is support. He is also water, because that made the most sense. We should talk about Hobbs. Hobbs is special. Hobbs needs to be some kind of support that is doing something fun on the board. There. So, yeah, dear, it's up to you if we want to do a reveal. I could do a picture reveal of your character if you want, but I'll leave that to you. If you want to wait until the session or if you want to reveal it. Also, guys, side note, did you guys like this? This was sick as fuck. This was AI, obviously. I just threw in Artanis's picture and I said, make it eat a bear whole, and it didn't do that part. But I was like, you know what? This animation's really cool. It gives a lot of life to it. I know. It's a scary one. I want to do it for like everybody's characters because I think that'd be cool. Yeah, your eyes became very goofy in anime at the end, and I do not understand. The problem is the software that I was using for it literally takes, like, it took 2 days to compile that because it was in queue forever. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, it was like, I'm using this program here, and it took 2 days to generate this just because the queue was so long. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. And then it was like, oh, I guess I can extend it. I don't want to extend it there. So we could upload some other images and try some things, but it was very interesting. Very interesting what it came up with. All right, so Hobbs, I actually like that too. Hobbs deals 0 damage is part of his trait. But... or I should probably put it, Hobbs can't deal damage. Hobbs can't deal damage. And instead, oh, okay, I'm generating. Process, ideas are coming to my head. For every, matches can overcharge skills. Basically, what we'll do is we will have Hobbs can't deal damage, but instead his skills can overcharge, right? And when his skills do overcharge, what it does is instead he can release the charges as a positive effect for his allies, or doing something on the board. So he charges his skill, and then for everything over your charge, it does something there. So here's my thought, right? Hobbs doesn't deal damage, but his skill 1 is for every 2 charges over.
By the way, XAZ,
remove...
what will you be streaming for my birthday next week? What did you get me as well?
Dave, I have no idea. Also, I don't know what day your birthday's on, but my stream schedule next week is going to be not Wednesday. I know I'm not streaming on Wednesday. Actually, let me look at my wife's schedule. I think I'm streaming on Friday, but I'm not streaming on Wednesday. I know I'm streaming on Tuesday. Oh, well, I'm sorry. It wasn't my plan. There was just, that was when my wife was working. She's working on Tuesday. So it didn't make sense for me to stream on Wednesday when I could also stream there. But I guess if we wanted to choose a game or something, I don't mind for there. All right, so remove, let's say for every 2 charges over, remove 1 block. Yeah, just remove 1 block from the board. There. That could be it, right? Is it just kind of a regular skill? And maybe we balance it and just say like every 3 charges over or something like that. It doesn't matter there. But the idea behind it then is that you're building up Hobbs for a strong effect that comes out, but you're just trying to beef him up, and go. Yeah, a wave to wash away blocks. I like it. Right? So, wave to wash away blocks. Actually, another good charge. Ooh, I like that. Let's make that a state-based skill, right? Hobbs pieces charge the skills of other heroes. Gives all dogs in a field gun. I think something to this effect. We could still work that out. So, removing blocks, charging other skills, and now we have this level 3. This level 3 needs to do something awesome. It needs to be kind of awesome. There. That really makes getting Hobbs worth it. And he needs a trait that makes him super worth it. No, we haven't done Daniel yet, but we could talk about it here as well. I know we got on a different tangent before we did so, but yeah, we should talk about Daniel next. And if Pink's still here, I want to talk about Pink. Hobbs summoned Xavier to cheat and give the party more turns. Actually, that could work. Here's what we do. Hobbs summons Zaz. Increase moves by 3. And delays by 2 for all enemies. There you go. I think we can do that. That sounds hilarious. Here's the thing. We can have this skill, and we can figure out that the balance for this skill is like 40. Right? You have to get 40 Hobbs matches before you do this skill. But now you're, like, increased by 3 moves. And it delays it for, like, all that. Like, that's completely valid. Right? There's no reason we can't do that. Because why not? Okay, but what's trait 2? We need another trait. And we need an upgrade for this trait. Right? And maybe it's simple as Hobbs. You know what? This is the upgrade. The upgrade is this skill. Yeah, I think that just makes the most sense. Like, it takes on all of this, and they start charging other hero skills. Right? That makes sense. Then we don't have to have this state skill, and it just becomes charge, right? When you first saw Daniel seem to shoot once, and then they die. Upgrade to 5 moves? No, I think we keep it at I mean, we could level it up and increase the number of moves. Haste basically gets more turns before other allies or opponents, but not necessarily change. Just more likely to be next. Ooh. I do kind of like that. And I could see that for Daniel working. Yeah, like, I could see that as a Daniel trait, right? So A1, increase max moves by 3. And then A2 is increase max moves by 5. And on some stages, this becomes so OP that it's like you can't get rid of Daniel. Like, imagine a stage that has a maximum set of moves of 5. And then you bring Daniel, now it's doubled. Right? That would be insane. That'd be super good. And it's not uncharacteristic because Daniel already has, like, abilities that increase his initiative as well. Like, his base character gives him +3 initiative. Doing nothing. So it's like, I don't see any reason that this skill would be invalid. There. Now, we know Daniel is an attacker. So we need some skills that deal some fucking damage and or remove stuff. You want Daniel to have damage resistance against the apocalypse damage type. But, Dave, we want your character still part of the regular story. We can also make Apocalypse Daniel. Like, that can be another character. Like, it could be Daniel, and then your title is of the apocalypse, right? Yeah, it's like an awakened type hero as well, too, right? It's just like, it's an alternate version, but that awakened hero, Daniel, is like legendary, right? In a legendary, either support or attacker. Like, it should, I feel like a class change should come in too, as well. And that's me just pulling from Arknights when they did that. You can't have both Daniels on the field at the same time, but you could choose between them as well. 1 second. I just can't see Mac all the time, so I just got to keep checking on him. Hobbs is already barking because of the fireworks, and he's freaked the fuck out. So that's where it's like, it's a scary night for the dogs, and tomorrow's going to be just as scary, and I feel bad. Feel bad for dogs on these nights. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so, yeah, Dave, let's talk about Daniel. Let's talk about Daniel and the skills that Daniel should have. Daniel should have skills. You feel like with the extra moves, I mean, that's just a trait thing, right? Your skills are going to be the more key to, they're going to be a lot more key to you dealing damage. And I think, honestly, like, one of your skills could just be deal a huge amount of damage to the enemy, right? That could just be like, shoot the fucking enemy is the skill. I did just like deal X damage to a target there. And that could be your basic skill. So deal, let's call it 200% damage to target enemy. This first level skill, right? You build it up, and then all of a sudden you're like, bam. You just want to make your own storyline with the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. See, but that's completely valid. You could still do that, and we can introduce, like, here's how it would go, right? We introduce that brand new, like, storyline, that, like, side story, and with it, we introduce a special character for it that everybody just wants to pull because it's being hyped up with the side story as well. Let me show you. This is bad because I can't, if every time I look at Arknight stuff, I get more drawn into it. I need Arknight's Gamepedia or Game Press. Oof. Oh, no. This is bad. It's fine. It'll be okay. Oh, they had updates. That's kind of nice. What the hell is this? What? Did it break? Arknight's Game Press. Where was it? Okay, I just want to see, yeah, event campaign list. Let's just take a look. What I want to show you guys. So here are the event. What, they have a fucking Hello Kitty collab? That's hilarious. Yeah, you know what? Let's just fucking click on this. Let's just see what this is. Here's what I want to show you. So they'll have collabs, they'll have groupings and things like this. They'll make special characters and they'll make special things going on, right? They called this event Sanro Characters Collab Sweetness Overload. What happens in the event? So first, you have new skins. So you have a new skin series. So you have 3 new skins that came out for characters, right? And this is the kind of releases that I want to do, right? I want these kind of setups. We have these skins that come out. Next, they'll have their specialty money packs. I don't give a shit about any of this, right? I don't care about this. So you'll have your new skins there, and these skins are always like really fucking great, right? Don't fucking try again. Redirect me better. What the fuck? I want to see it. Show me the skin. I don't know why it's broken. Anyway, they'll have skin reruns. So of old skins, they'll rerun them as well. So they'll have some of these skins that'll come back that maybe were popular and such. And notice that everything's time oriented of like 2 weeks there. So these actually all expire tomorrow. And things like that. Next, they will also do the following costumes be on sale. So you can see they're on sale there. They'll come in. Great. Oh, this event was really simple. So it was just skins, and it doesn't look like they had a pull system, with it. So this was just a release of skins. Here's Path of Life. Here's an event that is going on. With the event, so you can see first off here, you have all these special event stages that go on. You have your special animation, announcement, blah, 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 blah. You have your event rewards. One of the rewards is always going to be a free, like, epic, right? Some kind of cool-ass character you get. Usually is not the strongest, but is something you can get max potential, right? Then they will always have a specialty banner that comes out. And the specialty banner that comes out will have a 6-star, so in this case like a legendary, and something intense. And you can see right here on this banner, we have the 6-star, and then they have 2 5 stars. Usually one will be a repeat. I don't actually know if it's this one. Will be like a repeat just right up, and the other one will be a new specialty character, right? So there'll be specialty setup for it. There'll be some new operators. So here are the 3 new operators that came out with the event. So, okay, so in this case, Brain Buds is not the new one. So they have these new operators that come out, are now generally available, and after the event, they'll be permanently available to everybody, right? Then, you come down here, they'll always have new skins. And the skins are not necessarily related to the event. They could be, but they'll have these new skins that come out, and you could just buy them as well for any of your other characters that you're interested in. Then they'll have skin reruns as well. So they'll have these skins that'll come through that might just be of interest. And a lot of these skins, so like, let's see if we can open one of these, please. Okay, look how fucking sick they are. Like, this is a skin for a character. What it does, and I actually have Saga, which is funny.
You can only fight one of the horsemen every 2 weeks, and it's on a cycle of which member it is.
Yeah, we can figure that out.
And when you beat them all, you get Daniel of the Apocalypse.
No, Apple, we cannot.
Can we communicate Gabriel from the community until he learns
can we do the animations? I want to see what this skin plus animations look like.
Oh my god, it's fucking
broke. Alright, so we don't get to see any animations. But, in either case, with these skins, it'll replace not only the big overarching image, which we would see everywhere, but it would also replace the actual look of the character, look and feel of the character as well. So they'll always do like a skin release, re-release, and reruns. And then they have like furniture so you can decorate houses and blah, 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 blah. Who cares about that? They'll have specialty packs that you can usually buy for money. And then additional content might get added. Things like that. So these are what I imagine for event launches. So Dave, if we have your event, this would be the event launch. What it would look like is we have this super special secret event. I cannot afford this, but maybe one day when we have money, like look at this. This is how they announce their events, right? You've got like this, they do this cool animation to be like, oh, check this shit out. Oh, it's fucking cool. We got the Iridium. Let's see, I want to pause this so we can actually, right? Like they'll show all this. They're like, oh, look at these fucking cool things, these animations. You have no idea what it means, right? And then they will announce and show like the new characters doing things there. These are the trophies and achievements that you can get for completing the event itself. And then you get to hear the characters and their voice actors for the first time. It shows like a very brief preview of the stages and what the characters do on it. So you can kind of see their effects and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, oh, look at the big epic assassin dude. He's your new 6-star. He's called the Anchor. And you can see there's his E2 art, so when he gets upgraded as well. This is a really high late game tangent, right? I agree. But you could see, like, when they do these announcements and things like that, when I think of events that are there, you get special event stages and bosses that come out that you want to farm because that's how you get a lot of your free currency. Bosses exclusively for this game. Yeah, I totally think there. You get event rewards that usually has a free character that you get, as well as all sorts of ad stuff. The ad count fucking reset. Uh-oh. I'm sorry to hear. Dave, use YouTube. I literally turn off the ads on YouTube because I can. There, I go and I say no fucking ads. Valentine event be a dating sim? Hell fucking yeah. That's what it should be. It should be dating sim for certain characters. So like that's what it can be, guys, is we can do those sorts of events. And once we have things in place, we need to do events. We need to have a major event like every month, if not every 2 weeks. We have some kind of event going on as well. And I like events falling into 2 categories. Maybe 3. Category 1, side stories and lore. So what might this look like? I see us doing a side story that is specific for this banner, right? The Demon of the Peaks, which I know I haven't updated for all the nice art that Lady made, but the Demon of the Peaks. And what's the side story? Well, you get your chance to unlock Nibu-san, which honestly would just be a rate up banner that we would appear for Nibu-san plus some other characters, right? And then with this too, there would be a special event that has a story built up that is giving Nibu-san's background, giving the history to build up to where Nibu-san was. And we would do this for each of your characters as we decide to uncover the lore of your characters. We would have that, and it would happen before like maybe a new major release in the main story. Like the main story is going to be obviously the core gameplay of it, right? Like it's going to be like, oh, we're doing A, B, C, right? We get there. But we reach the end and get a free Nibu. Actually, I'm going to say no. You wouldn't get a free Nibu-san because we still want people to pull, right? We want people to get excited. We want them to pull on it. So you would not get a free Nibu-san, but you could get a free other unit, right? It could be like Nibu-san's Bison. I actually think Nibu-san, yes, you get to fight. Maybe it is a free skin for Nibu-san, too. Like, there's all sorts of things you can get. I don't think we would necessarily want to get a higher chance of getting Nibu-san as well. Plus, we have this rate up banner. This rate up banner, you have a 50% chance of all of your epics that you pull to be Nibu-san. I mean, we got Nika. Now, oh, I got a legendary. That's fucking awesome. Let's fucking go. There's Nibu-san. So it shouldn't be too hard to get, like, Nibu-san. It's going to be harder on the legendaries. But, like, fuck. Give me an epic. There's an epic. There's another Nibu-san. So, stuff like that. But it would have special event currency. It would have these special stages that you're going to want to farm and such that might have some extra stuff. But then a Nibu-san or Bison skin, or like, I think those kind of skins would definitely need to come out. And we should maybe have a specialty Nibu-san skin that would come out with the event that shows, like, an older version, too. I know, as I open 60. Dude, it's not too hard, 60 polls. We gotta remember, I can't wait. Guys, when we start doing actual stage testing, I'm going to reset everyone's accounts, and I'm only gonna give you guys, like, 30 to 40 polls. Something like that. And then it's gonna be like, alright, let's see how we can get through the fucking game with only that many polls. Now, there is a system, I like, let me take a step back. Arknights is by far the gacha game that I played the most. Absolutely played the most. I can also turn our music back on. I played this a lot. I'm very familiar. I haven't played it in years because I needed to stop. But I'm very, very familiar with this game. Arknights has a currency system that I actually like. And I want to take over. And I'm going to see if I can do... so I can show you what it is. And just kind of explain it. And then I think we're going to use it. Alright, so this is the home screen. Whatever. I don't care about any of this. What I care about are these 3 numbers up here. These 3 numbers here. First, you have this. This is money. That's all this is. It's just money, right? This is your credits. They're called, like, I can't even remember, L credits or something like that. I'm checking on my dog. All right. So it's just money. Really simple, straightforward to the point. This currency is your pull currency. I think it's iridium, orium, something like that. Doesn't matter. This is your currency, your gems in a sense, for doing pulls. And that's all it is. What it goes with it are these. These, I can't remember the actual name of the currency, but what they are is a specialty currency that is used in all other places. And it can give you some benefits. So for example, you can actually use one of these to restore your sanity. And your sanity, this is your energy in this game, right? This completely replaces your energy, right? That's one use for it. The other use for it is when you're rolling and you run out of these, one of these equates to like 180 of these, right? Something to that extent. So it has a little bit extra, but it basically, this also translates into additional rolls for you. So that's another thing you can use it for. And that's what this plus here is for. Is you go to this plus and it's here. This plus is to go buy this currency, because you can buy this currency and every single time you beat a level, you get one of these crystals. Every time you beat a level. And that includes event stages. That includes the main game stages. Right? Because now you have this special currency that you can use. In addition to this, 18 of this currency, only 18, which is usually enough if you beat an event stage, allows you to buy a costume, buy a skin in the game. So all these skins that you're seeing, all these cool, unique skins and whatnot, from down here, if you want something in particular, that's what it is. It's 18. And some of them might cost like 15, I think, for like some of the lower ranked characters. But then we have this currency in this system where as long as you're playing the game, you don't have to pay a penny, which is, I think, important. And then it becomes something of like, you just choose the things you care about.
Will you also be spending the points in a furniture store for housing?
I do think, Dave, we do want to get to that point. That you could spend the points and things like that to get furniture items and decor items. Basically, what this currency becomes is, if you don't want to use it to increase your gems and stuff or restore your sanity, you're using it for cosmetics. And that's what I think it should be, right? You have this specialty currency that is flexible. You can use it for anything, but it's cosmetics, mostly. You're going to save it for cosmetics there. So I think that's kind of what I'm aiming for a lot of these systems. We're not going to do like the free like pull system and things like that. This is so dumb because I played during this time. Like, I recognize this banner, I recognize this event, all that stuff. Like, I actually played Arknights during this time as well. So it's like I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh yeah, this all looks familiar to me. I know they've updated things in time, so like here's a more modern version of it, I guess. Once again, have not seen... Wow, this is really different as well. They really have updated the game, but it's been a long time since I've played too. Wow, this looks actually fucking sick. Oh, that's kind of sick. All right, we need to get out of Arknights, because I'm gonna fall back into playing Arknights again, and I can't do that. I have too many other things to do. It's a funny tower defense game. Yeah, Arknights is tower defense. And it's a really fucking good tower defense game because it's got general strategy. Like really good strategy and high level Arknights gameplay is insane. This is not going to become an Arknight stream, I promise you. So I have I'll be upfront that I do have influence. See, that was how I got into Arknights, was I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of interested in tower defense. It's a very good tower defense game, yes. I'll be honest with you, it is actually legitimately good. You don't need to spend any money. There is a lot of strategy in the team building on it. I mean, I guess Battle Cats is also tower defense. too. There's a lot of strategy in the team building and setup because you actually need to bring 8 units every stage and such. The types of units that you bring, the classes, because there's like 8 different classes and then there's like 20 different subclasses to those each classes. And most of the characters in Arknights are women. Because they're catering to a fandom. You know what? We're gonna do this because we need to look at it. I haven't seen a lot. Let's just look at the 6 stars. Just for the fucking 6 stars. So most of them, so like Angelina. I remember owning Angelina. And Angelina was a cool unit, right? So you got like this cool unit, but then she has like this distinguished visitor skin, which is belts. She likes fucking belts. She has so many belts on her as well too. And it just changes the skins and the looks and the feels for everything. So you get all of this kind of like special stuff. All of the characters in Arknights, by the way, are animals of some sort, except Ash. Bagpipe was one of my favorite characters in the game. And she's like a dragon, I think. But like, this is Bagpipe. Fucking sick character. Her weapon is literally a gun lance as well. Fucking sick, too. But everything's like animals. I know I'm becoming addicted fast because I can talk about it forever. There's going to be characters I don't recognize at some point. But then they have characters like Dusk, who is, well, she's an artist. This is her character. She's just an artist. She uses her sword as a paintbrush. She was one of my favorite characters as well. But yeah, she's an artist. That's her whole thing. Her whole gimmick is being artsy and stuff and using the sword to create classical pieces. But then you could find, I mean, there's so many. Oh my gosh, they had an upgrade for her. Holy shit. Anyway, you could find pretty much any character, and some of the characters are, well, they have target audiences. Like you have this character. And then you realize, what is this character wearing? These are just thigh highs. And this is just a one piece. That's her skin. And then this is the alternate skin and stuff. And it's like, yeah. There's also, I'm trying to think, one of the funnier skins on a character from the time. What was it? I feel like if I see her, I'll know. But I also might just not. Mountain was so... Oh, Mudrock. Mudrock was a boss that you encountered at some point in time. And you didn't know anything about her until you got the character and realized that she's a girl. And this is what Mudrock looks like. And then just like, surprise, this character that you thought was a guy, you thought was just this dude, actually her. And then, guys, she got a beach skin. First off, thick. Second off, I did buy this skin when I was playing the game. Second off, damn. And in game, she's just in the skin. I haven't seen this one. Oh, that's pretty elegant. I like it. Yeah, in game, she's just dressed like this with a hammer. And it's fucking awesome. That's what we need to do. You remember liking Mountain? You played Arknights too? Mountain was sick. Mountain was cool. I really liked having Mountain on my team. Here's Mountain. Mountain. He was in jail for a while. He's like a fucking lion man. He was one of the characters that was like full animal, where most of the characters are like humanoids with just animal ears, but he was just full animal. And then he has like this skin, which is really cool. There. As far AFK lore is a mess. Yeah, it's very deep lore. Honestly, like, oh my god, look at this guy. Look at this handsome man. Also, all the designs, I'm so happy about all the designs. They look really cool with a lot of the characters. These are the skins. Like, when I imagine paid skins, these are the skins I imagine. Something that's, like, worth showing off, because it's just a work of art as well. So, yeah, that is Arknights in a nutshell. But getting back, we already have our, skin to bait in audiences. It's already happened, and it's this one. So this is a skin that I can't wait to unlock. So we'll have Artanis, and then this. And what I'm imagining is we still need like an Artanis Bloom skin, something that sits like on the page there. That's like, ah. And then in game, it's like this and gets special effects. The tangent's done. We're done with Arknight's tangent. We need to get back onto characters. We need to talk. We left off at Daniel, and I think one of the basic skills is just deal % damage to target enemy, right? A really simple, just skill 1. Not something necessarily unique and something we'd probably give to a couple attackers as well, but like Daniel's can scale a little bit higher, be a little bit better. Now we need something unique to Daniel. There. My screen froze? Is it there? Is my screen frozen or am I back? I feel like I'm here. Alright, anyway. Defense against Apocalypse. Defense against Dave. We'll do that for a specialty character. You gotta remember, you're still a part of the regular story as well. And what we're doing is the regular levels is that you get a part of it. Did you see the suggestion for someone to increase the chance that their tile drops? I did not see that suggestion, but that's a good idea. There. That's a good idea. We should see who should get that skill as well. All right, so we've got this skill. We got him here. We've got dealing extra damage, and when we think Daniel and his specialty, obviously you've got this impact that, like, Daniel can do lots of different things. Very flexible in combat, but also has like all these special things. I think, lady, I do think that's a good spot. I think let's do it as, I'm thinking, let's do it. I don't know if a bomb is thematic. It might be thematic, but destroy a row of any 3 tiles. I think that could be it. Honestly, it's like destroy a target row or something, and it's just whoosh, do the damage, and then things fall again. And where the advantage comes is a stage like this one, right? The one that we're on, because everything's frozen and ice and blocks, and this would go through and just destroy those as well. And then it just comes down. So I think let's do that. I think that's a good skill. Destroy 3 random rows. That's just as simple as that. It destroys 3 random rows. We don't have to make the skills super intricate and such for them to still be good and effective. Like, you would want this, right? Like, you'd want Daniel on your team because not only is Daniel making the game easier, literally making it easier, but is there and is going to fuck shit up, right? It's coming in, is going to destroy some rows, it's going to deal a bunch of damage to the enemy, or depending on which skill you choose, and is just making it easier just being on your team as well. I think that's still a good setup for Daniel there, and it's very different than like Oxygen, right? Having Oxygen on your team is you're gonna buff gems, like that's their purpose. They're slowly buffing the rest of the team. They're gonna buff a bunch of enemies or remove gems, or they just delay the enemy even further, right? Yeah, Daniel's gonna carry the hard levels. I agree. One of the levels that I was thinking of already is like we're gonna have a level where all of the sides, like here, and maybe some of the bottom, are gonna be the unbreakable tiles. So where does that come in? Yeah, Daniel can't break unbreakable tiles, but that might be like an Artanis carry, right? All of a sudden, if you break these, you all of a sudden have extra space. So you want to bring those kind of characters. But Daniel could help clear out a bunch of things. And I think that would be super fucking good. Super good. All right. Pink, are you here still? Because I want to do your skills. We have 1 skill left to do for Pink. There. Pink falls into support, so we do want to think about a good support skill. So the reason, let's think about it at a high level, right? What is the reason you bring Pink to a stage? You bring Summer, not Pink. You bring Summer to a stage because the enemy or the stage itself is spawning a bunch of things that don't match you. Like they're spawning skeletons and you don't have a skeleton. So you bring Summer to a stage to replace those. Now it's being replaced by Summer and you're going to a bunch of Summer transformations as well. I think what we could do then with this is, well, okay. Skill 1, transfer all the Summers on the board into other heroes. I think that works well. Skill 2. Maybe Unbreakables don't break unless there's a match 5 nearby. That's a good point. Let me add that to our notes here. Just a good idea. Fooled everyone to hit their own party. See, that I could see that. That could be a good support skill. So like next enemy attack targets a different enemy, right? Instead of a player, right? So on the next attack from an enemy, they are confused and they're going to attack a player. I think that's an excellent suggestion. We should do that. All right, let's talk Salty. We got Salty here. What is Salty going to do? So Salty's whole thing is an attacker, right? Salty's an attacker. Deals more damage the higher a combo, right? The more combos that come down, the more damage Salty is dealing there. Basically what it's going to be is whatever the combo number is going to be added to Salty's damage modifier, right? So you want the big combos, and 10% is probably too much or something. It probably needs to be like, I don't know, 3%. There, something small. What happens if you play against a Summer and kill yourself? What? Wait, what? I don't think I understand. What happens if you play against a Summer? Like, okay, are you talking PvP and there's another Summer? What if Summer versus Summer? I mean, it depends on the unit. So let's talk like Karthus, right? Karthus's battle, he's going to be 100% summoning skeletons on the board, right? Spider-Man. Like, he's going to be summoning skeletons on the board. That's probably going to be a huge part of his battle, is like, surprise, fucking skeletons. There. Is there an option fighting sentient heroes? I don't think so. Summer versus Summer would be a draw, or just blank. I think it would be a draw. And you got, like, all these, like, bandits and shit that he's killing, and is coming, like, a bunch of skeletons. And you got to match the skeletons, too, because it's like now you have this extra gem that's super weak, by the way. Like, matching skeletons isn't worth your time, but now they're obstructing your board from the actual things comboing. So, he brings that out. Summer would come in and be a great way to remove those obstacles, would just be matched with Summer as well. I don't know how we got on this tangent, or what Summer versus Summer would do. Summer would be actually a good counter for Karthus as well. Just like, because Karthus is going to want skeletons on the board to make matches. Okay, Salty though. So we want stuff that combo well with Salty. How about skeletons? Can't be moved to any place on the board. Has to be nearby match. I don't think so. The only reason I don't think so is because we want to still have the player be able to play. So I'll give you an example, because I actually have this as an ability. So what we're going to do is we're going to start spawning in skeletons. So the objectives here, we're going to change this objective. We're not going to make it. We're going to change both these objectives. It's just going to be kill all enemies, right? If you guys want a new stage, you're about to get a brand new stage, by the way. Start board. We're going to get rid of everything on the start board. Yep, we're just getting rid of everything on the start board. So the starting board is going to be regular. At this point, we're bullying Karthus. I mean, yeah, probably. All right, Close this. The objective is simple. It is simply just defeat all enemies, right? Simple objective. You just got to defeat all enemies. The fall pool, though. What we're going to do in the fall pool is we're going to introduce, instead of blocks falling, get rid of the blocks. Instead, we are going to introduce count. We're going to make the count -1. So that means there's an infinite number. And the gem itself is going to be ID -1, disruption, null, and cover null. And we're going to make sure this actually works. Right there. Okay, so that should be good. So why is it broken? Why are you broken? What don't you like? What don't you like? If I remove this, you are fine. If I add this, you're like, this is the fucking end of the world. Why? Am I missing something? I don't think I'm missing anything. Do I have to put comma here? No. What is it not like? I'm trying to figure out what it's not happy with. What syntax did I miss? Alright, you know what? Fuck it. We're saving it. Oh, wait. No, 1 second. I forgot. I actually forgot that I need to go in and make this a type 8. We're going to make it a type 8 and a 1. Alright, I broke something. Website's broke. Where did I break it? Oh my god. I see now. I don't see now. Oh, there we go. Boop. Missed a single colon. Okay, here we go. If you guys want a new stage, a new level to play in the game, I have one. It's just uploaded right now. Game's live. Bum, 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 bum. We go in. All right, what are you going to see on the board? We have a bunch of skeletons. So let's assume I can't move them right now, right? We're going to attack number 3 just for context. So we click here. We're going to go through. If I can't move the skeletons. Oh shit, I broke something. Action.pattern is undefined. Oh, fuck, I'm so dumb. Give me a second. I did it too quick. I should have looked here to get it. All right. Yeah, I needed this. I forgot, and I should have changed it. It can't just be type 8. It also has to include number. So we'll change 3 tiles and it'll be random so that we don't need pattern. But pattern will be blank. There we go. All right. Now the game should be good. All right. New stage, new level for you guys. So we'll just throw on the 4 comments because we're not. Okay, so what you're seeing here right now is we've added a couple skeletons here to the board already. If I can't move this, right, then it becomes a weird blocker. So if I remove this, we have more skeletons, and then if they spawn skeletons, so now more skeletons have spawned as well. I think it becomes too hard of a game to not be able to actually remove the skeletons by hand as well. Also, that should have combined and made a challenge. I have to put in a checker after they do their actions. But either case, right? So this would combine normally. We put in a challenge, and now we can remove them. It's already becoming a challenge just because there's extra blocks. I really need to put that in the code. It's fine. There. 2, especially if they're spawning in up to 3 every round. Also, this guy's getting fucked up. Sorry, Mr. Worm. So that's my thought, or at least why you should be able to move the skeletons. Now, if it's respawning blocks, that's a different story as well, and we can add that challenge. But when they act as just regular gems, I think that's beneficial to us. As well as some levels, we might be able to have a skeleton minion as just one of our characters. And we could bring it to this level, and then they're just spawning us more of our units instead. And I think that's a valid strategy for overcoming this. Yeah, like, it's a hard thing to deal with if you're not allowed to rearrange them yourself. We also already killed the one dude. So I'm giving you guys a new stage to play. This would be, I argue, a much easier stage than the last one. as well. Although still hard because you have 5 symbols and then one of your dudes, this top dude, is spawning skeletons. There we go. Defeated. Defeated. Oh, here are the combos. Bam. Results. Thanks, Worm. Sample quote. I actually really like this image. Like, it turned out really well as well. And continue. Okay. Salty, though. Salty. So we need to come up with an ability for Salty that, in turn, favors the fact of his combos. And the way we're going to do that is by getting rid of pieces on the board. I think, hear me out, Dreamnail something? Dreamnail something would be really sick as well. That should definitely be a skill. We could call it Dreamnail. Although Dreamnail doesn't deal damage. But what if his skill was delete gems in a cross pattern? So, like, what it does is it starts at each corner and just works its way down until it gets to the bottom. There. So it doesn't matter what shape board it is, it just starts in the top corners and it just cuts those pieces so that they fall and it starts a combo. Right? Starts a combo. Right? Dreamnail locks enemy skill. So the meter for enemies using their skills is simply this. This is just how long they have. But you could just have it just apply silence, right? It doesn't necessarily deal a lot of damage, but it could just, I mean, mechanically it just works, right? Silence target enemy. Right? It could be as simple as that. Maybe a tank ability could be preventing enemy attack through silence and stun. I think that would actually work well for a tank. Actually, that would be a really sick tank ability, even for Salazar's Elite. Right? Just stun target enemy. Right? Stunning him, it's just, that's his ability. Stun target enemy. I still would like it to do a little bit more. Needs more, but it's stun an enemy, essentially. Alright, coming back up here to Salty. Salty. So yeah, deletes gems in a cross pattern, starts a combo. Dreamnail, silence target enemy. So silence would prevent them from using their skills. It's not a stun. So the skills we could quantify is pretty much anything but an attack. So what we would do then is just they're silenced until they perform their like next attack or something. There, or we have it silenced for a set number of turns. So if it overlaps, that's how you would use it. You would time it so that it would be silencing them when they would use their attack. So silence target enemy for, let's say, 3 moves. There. So it would prevent them from doing essentially their next ability, but you still have to time it out there. I feel like I want him to have an ability that does damage there, but this would work best for him. Because you want Salty to combo. That's the biggest thing. Salty needs to combo. Okay. Well, let's keep looking here. Nika. We gotta do Nika. Nika needs another skill. Nika, as it currently sits, is just an attacker. So I think what we'll do... So I like this. Consuming the fire on stage to deal damage to target enemy. Right? I think that's a good... It's a very utility skill there, but it still deals damage. So let's, instead of doing target enemy, just all enemies. Just there, it's an AoE attack. And let's give Nika also another skill that makes her AoE. I think that would be interesting. So what could we give? What would be an interesting skill? I'm also going to look at Mac and see. I can't see him. Let me find this dog. What if Salty can turn some tiles into a Salty type? I think that would work well, actually. Oh, you know what? We could still call it Dream Nail, and it's basically like salty. Replace 3 gems with salty. Yeah, that could be easy enough, right? We just replace 3 gems with salty. Simple. This is like so stupidly simple to program as well. So I like that. Does Nika make fire gems? I feel like that could work. The thing is, so consume fire on stage to deal enemies. I want Nika to make fire. But if we make Nika make fire, we have to kind of remove its trait. Or make Nika legendary. Because hear me out. It would be cool as fuck if like Nika's skills were all about the fire on stage and utilizing it in some way. Could make Nika legendary to do this. Should be more than 3 since that's the same power as an uncommon ability. That's a good point. Let's first Yas make it 4. I'm gonna do 4+. Oh yeah, you're right. Right above. It's literally right above. So we'll start with 4+, but remembering that this will get upgraded too. Choosing which gems? I don't know if I want to let people choose the gems. But it could be. I'm gonna put that in here as a consideration. We could just test it, right? Choose the gems. I have to figure out how to click the skill, and then you have to click 4 spots, right? Where you want the gems. Okay. Actually, Yas, let's do it this way. So this is 3 random gems. Replace 2 gems, 2 chosen gems with salty. I think that would make it better. It makes it different while still having a similar effect. Because if you can replace any 2 gems with salty, you know, we'll exclude like blocks and stuff. But like you just choose the gems and just say, that's salty now. That'd be pretty good. That's actually a really good ability, and it immediately starts comboing with salty, right? They do their effect, and then we just do the combo. I think that's possible. And I don't want to do like 4 clicks because it then becomes like a lot of clicking. You have to do click and then click, 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 click and stuff, which is not too bad there. But I think replacing even 2 gems, and it would start with as a low level skill as like just 1 gem. And then as you level the skill up, it'll not only be cheaper to do, but then you could to replace 2 gems. And I think even replacing 2 gems is super good there. Because like, look at this, right? We look at this board. I actually hate using all the commons because they're hard to tell them apart. I like doing like this. My son loves Boggles so much. He considers himself Boggles. Anytime we play, he's like, can you put my character in? I'm Boggles. I'm like, yes, I will put Boggles in. He got so fucking excited, especially like when he saw the victory screen and Boggles was big. He's like, Dad, Boggles is like dancing and doing this. I'm like, yes, he is. Absolutely love it. Anyway, yeah, like looking at this, being able to go in and say, all right, this is Boggles and this is Boggles. Now I have a match 5. Yeah, my son likes Boggles and he identifies and says he is Boggles. I did not base Boggles off of my son, to be very clear. That said, as happy and like fun-loving as Boggles looks, that is my son. Very much what my son is, just in his full essence there. But yeah, he and Boggles are like friends. Yeah, he sees himself as Boggles. And when we play this game, like here's how it goes when I'm programming. I will have my kids sitting beside me, looking at the screen saying they want to help. And then I'll go in and I'll say, all right, let's start. And I'll tell them to pick characters. My son will always say, pick Boggles, because I'm Boggles. Right? Yeah, he's like, I'm Boggles. I don't think he's fully kinning. I think he's just more of like, this is my character, right? He's like, you get Boggles. He likes me playing Hobbs. And then my daughter, she'll usually pick a couple things, but she really likes the cat person. She's like, I want the kitty cat as well. And then their other choice almost always is either cubby or puppy. There. So this will typically be like what party that they choose. And they're like, let's do it. And we go in and that's their characters. And they're like, we're all here, Dad, is how they'll say it to me. We're all here. Look, you are Hobbs and I'm Boggles. And my sister is the kitty cat. There. They are marketable. We do need a cubby and a puppy plushie. That'd be super cute. Absolutely. But yeah, I could see replacing, like, being able to choose your replacements, Yas, I think is an excellent idea. I think that makes Salty unique, and it also starts providing utility on some levels, right? Like, being able to cross, like, cut, too, will also trigger combos really well. And it also is thematic, because Salty's got the 2 daggers, so he goes, right? So that'd be sick as fuck. So, yeah, let's do that. I think that's a good ability. All right, up next, we're on Nika. So I could see an upgraded Nika. Okay, so let's just focus on this Nika. This Nika has some utility as immunity to fire, right? I could see an upgraded Nika that is like creating fire and then using that fire in ability. That could be cool. I think if I'm thinking Nika, and I'm thinking what's thematic to Nika and what's dealing damage is Nika. The consuming fire on stage to deal damage to all enemies is really good. That's a good skill. It removes fire, so the allies aren't taking it anymore, and you're just getting to deal a bunch of extra damage. This skill probably should just be an AoE attack of some kind. So maybe it's just that AoE fire attack. That's like 100 or just like 80% damage to all enemies. Something simple like that. You want to use Boggle as a blunt weapon? I mean, I guess you could. His skull would probably work. I imagine goblin skulls are not squishy. Speaking of Boggles, let's make Boggles. Boggles gets a trait and a skill. Boggles needs just a really simple skill. Boggles is a support, right? Yeah, Boggles is support. So we just need a simple support skill. What's be a good support skill? Can replace disruption. This is actually funny. Damage could be randomly increased or decreased would be funny. That would be pretty good. The children would be sad after we slay Boggles. They would be sad. I mean, my kids wouldn't know. Just a thought. Her second skill shouldn't be useless if none of your enemies set your... I mean, Mora, honestly, why not? One of the truths about Nika is that if Nika doesn't have fire, Nika can't use any of their skills. They actually need fire to operate. And I don't think it's a problem having specific characters or characters that have that, right? And because they have 2 skills, you're not bringing both skills to the stage. You're choosing which skill to bring to the stage. So if the stage doesn't make fire, okay, just choose this skill. This is the attack that we're going to do. It doesn't use up fire, but Nika's going to be just a worse pick just because the stage isn't on fire, right? And I think that's totally fair to do. Like, the whole point is that we want characters that are niche. We want characters so you build up a reason to have everything. Like, I'm not necessarily not going to bring Nibusan to a stage if they don't have black clouds, because Nibusan will still be able to heal and do stuff. And Nika, being an attacker, is going to have a naturally higher attack than everybody else as well. Yeah, Nig, basically, if no fire, yeah, Nika just becomes regular character, basically, right? Yeah, Nika's been without fire for a lot of episodes as well. That is going to change now that Nika's level 5, though. There, depending on what skill they chose. Or level 3, I should say. Because there are differences, I should say. Yeah, level 5. Nika's surprised level 5. Okay. We also still haven't come up with Lady's first skill. There. Okay, going down. I think we keep this for the fire attack. We were on Boggles, and I kind of like doing this one. Damage that can be randomly increased or decreased. I think is funny for Boggles, and let's just do it. Like, it somehow fits. So he can sometimes deal more damage, and sometimes he just won't. And what's his skill? He's got to be a support. What does Boggles do? Boggles should restore health to one party member on death. So here's my worry on that skill. So what we haven't talked about and what we haven't fully locked in is how do you get 3 stars on a level, right? Because we still want to give people level. I think what would be helpful or what would be interesting is that one of the stars, so you got 3 stars to get, one of your stars is only obtained if all of your party members survive. So that's what makes me kind of like, I don't want to do that on like his death, he heals, because that's like negating one of your stars for this guy to get his ability, right? I could see that, yes, being a heals or damages a party member as well. And maybe what we maybe this is too bad of a skill. Maybe what it is he chooses 2 characters at random. One of them he heals and one of them he damages, right? And it has a higher chance of damaging an enemy, but could still heal the enemy. If he takes damage, the damage gets made into healing. Karthus has his Skellies get all stars. Yeah, I do agree with that. Karthus, I think Karthus would negate it, that effect. So if he takes damage, the damage gets made into healing. Are we talking traits or skills here? To healing someone else. Because I could definitely see that there. Like, that makes sense. Yeah, I like that. I like that for a skill. When Boggles takes damage, heal a random other hero. Right? He's not a tank, he's a support, but this is a kind of a unique support ability. And then maybe his skill is just remove 1 disruption. Remove 1 random disruption. That's all it needs to be. He's uncommon, so we don't need to do anything insane with him. But just, yeah, I think that's simple enough. Right? Let's make this knight. This knight is a tank. So I think it's just occasionally gain 1 shield on match. Just, that's a simple one. Oh, no random damage changes. Do we want that? What do you guys think? Because we could do random damage changes as well. Like, when I say this, it should be just Boggles' damage is random, not everybody's damage is random. So it just makes Boggles damage. I should clarify that. Especially since he's uncommon, right? So we don't want anything too game changing, but yeah, it just randomly will increase or decrease Boggles' damage. There. So there's a chance he could do a lot more. I mean, that is super good skill. Healing his team and reflecting damage back him to the attacker would be really OP. especially on an uncommon. I'm not against that skill on a higher level. Or like a legendary. Legendary, that'd be a sick skill. Don't do shit, but he believes in you. The knight sits there and says, yeah, good try. Random healing is just so bad since most of the... Yeah, you're right. Half your team is going to be full HP. It would be really bad to do random healing. Let's just keep this, actually. I've been convinced. Just Boggle's damage can be increased or decreased randomly. And I think the headcanon I'm doing with this is that Boggles has all of his random devices, right? And some of them are really effective by happenstance, and others are just shit, and they're straight garbage. So, like, I think that would work well. And then filling in that support, he can remove a random disruption, right? It's an uncommon. It's meant to be replaced at some point in time there, so it has something that he one-shots randomly. A 1% chance to one-shot. Honestly, I mean, we could figure out the range, but yeah. When you make TMG shoot firework artifact, you need them. All right, we need Conrad. Conrad's just a basic attacker. There. I think for his skill, let's just give him power of 5. Deal more damage on 5 match. Just keeping him simple, and then his skill is just, it's kind of like Dave's, but worse. So instead of dealing 200%, it's like 150%. Right? And that's it. We just keep Conrad simple. Like that. We don't have to do anything fancy. It's just, you got the character good. Congratulations. What else we got? We got rares. We got pretty much all these rares. We also have Robbie. Robbie we need to do something with. So we could look at Robbie compared to the Greater Raven, right? 130? Okay, we can do 130. I mean, here's the thing. We'll have skill level ups, and maybe it caps out at 150, right? So Robbie, we could look at the Greater Raven and see occasionally inflicts bleed on an enemy and improve that, and then give it a skill, right? Robbie I have listed as a support right now, so that would be pretty good. Let's just start with there, right? Occasionally inflicts bleed on enemy. There. This is just percent chance on match. There. Something to find. Maybe it's like a 10% chance on match is what occasionally means. 10% on match inflicts bleed on enemy. There. So a little RNG, but, you know, if you're getting enough combos, that's pretty good. There. And I don't know. If it becomes too OP, or too consistent, we make it like 5%. There. A skill. So Robbie needs a skill. Something that makes sense for Robbie. And we haven't seen Robbie in combat yet. So we have no clue. I also like, I'm thinking we're keeping this one. Summer's Friend. We gotta add Summer's Friend in, but inflicts half damage. Gains taunt. Let's just make it a tank. Summer's Friend is tank. Gains taunt. And that's it. Gains taunt for a little bit as well, which actually thematically makes sense because Summer's Friend fucking screamed at the bandit camp. So gaining taunt for a little bit makes sense, and is there to protect Summer makes sense too. All right, but Robbie. What do we want to give? Do ravens have large talons? Yes, ravens do have large talons, and that is how the talons were piercing through armor. The talons have a special effect, which, I'm sorry, lady, I didn't mark it in your character sheet under the guide to monsters there, but Talons has an upgrade that ignores up to 3 damage resistance. Raven ignores shield. That is actually a good... That's a good point. I'm trying to figure out how the bit there. How about as a support? Okay, as a support, I got this. Remove up to 3 shield from target enemy. So it's only relevant right now, right? Because now it's support style. Can inflict bleed, but then can be used to up to 3. There. Yeah, so Apple, yes, it's up to 3, so it still doesn't hurt you now. Now that your damage resistance is even higher. There, but yes, it's a level 1 skill. So it's a level 1 skill upgrade, so they have to be at least level 2. You guys were fighting level 3 ones there. So yes, the Raven's Talons don't get there. Now that said, Ravens have other purposes. Like, Lady's Raven and most Ravens are built for luck. And for very good reasons, they are built for luck. Yeah, if they did build strength, that'd be different. And now that Lady's in charge, Lady can make those decisions on how the Raven's going to be built moving forward. But Ravens usually build for luck. And the more luck you put into a Raven, the better. Yeah, there are other creatures, like boars and wolves. Those are your attackers from companion standpoint. You want those for attacks. All right. What do we want to do next? Speaking of boar, what do we want this boar to do? Maybe just a power 4. I'll just call it that. We'll call it good. Power 4. It doesn't hurt having dupes in that way. Cubby, we have marked power 4. I think that's fine as well. This is just an attacker boar. Power 4. Right. Give something a little bit extra. So the last characters we have right now to mark are actually... I mean, we have some we have legendaries. Let's talk about Dear Lord. Head bump charge. That's basically what it is. I mean, so here's the thing. It's a common boar, right? We don't need to do anything special for the commons. That's kind of my mentality. Who is Ty? Ty is the bandit leader from Group 2. This is Ty. This guy. His name is Ty. So he was the bandit leader. That's silly, man. So who do you guys want to do next? So we have Molrock, we have Sabona, we have actually, I mean, I should probably just we're gonna add a filter here. All right.
He is a silly man. Hope he didn't get a shot 3.
Yes. Ty the silly man. Okay, here we go. So these are the characters I think we really have left right now. Is we've got Desmond, we've got Chanel. Chanel's a healer, so I do want to keep that in mind. We have Arteus, who is also a healer. We have Molrock, Sabona, and Ty. And then we have the legendaries, so like Dear Lord and stuff. Molrock easy, lifesteal, and damage plus upon getting hit. I do like that. That's actually pretty good. So this, to be clear, this is Molrock the prisoner, so in his prisoner form. So lifesteal ability 1. Okay. I like that. Deal, let's say just 110% damage. Regen 10% as HP. Just throwing out random numbers. Deals more damage the lower the health. I think that's a really easy one to program too. We just do it as a percentage, right? So the more health that Molrock's taking, the more damage he deals. And tier 3ing this is just even higher on it. Now this is a rare, so we still want stuff unique. So let's talk Molrock's second skill, right? So let's call it like, I don't know, Blood Rage. Blood Rage, and what it is, or it's Blood Rage Rally Call, something like that. Maybe it's Battle Cry, something like that. But I think what would fit is that it I think it would. Oh, okay. Okay, hear me out. Set health. If health greater than 50%, set to 50%. Part 1. Right? Party damage increased by trying to think. Let's increase the party damage by 10% for every. I don't want to increase by 50% at one point. Let's increase for every. Well, I don't know, 10%, 20 per. Yeah, let's do 20% health missing. All right. So what this does is it's gonna hurt him initially. He's gonna go, fuck, because he's a rager. But it's then going to increase the party damage for every 20% of Molrock's health missing. So initially, if he has no health or he's max health, it's gonna increase everybody's damage by a flat percentage. The legendary Molrock we can't do, actually, because it's spoilers. Too. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Use your thinking brain.
Yeah, we can't do legendary Molrock yet, because it's spoilers, and you guys haven't met Molrock again. You haven't eaten the ogre. He's not an ogre. He's an orc. He's an orc. He's got a near-death ability. He does. But that's the thing. I don't want to spoil it yet for you guys because there's some real shit that's going on, and we don't want to spoil that yet. Okay, let's talk about Artius. Artius is a healer. Because I'm lazy, and I'm extra lazy. Where's Nibusan? Yep, we're gonna take this for Artius. But Artius is gonna be weaker. Just straight up. It's the same skill, but weaker than Nibusan's skill. We'll probably make it more interesting, but really, when it comes down to it, it's not as interesting. Doesn't need to be. So up next, we got to give him a trait. We got to make Artius. He's a rare. So rares, once again, are kind of the fundamentals. You are stronger by the nature of, like, right now, lore-wise, you're not stronger than Artius. Artius is stronger than you. Rabbit Friend is on here. And Rabbit Friend also does fit this. So I think I don't mind having the same skills among multiple enemies. Things like that. So, oh, my wife just got back. I don't know where she is at. Hello, how was work?
Eventful.
Eventful? That's not good. So, context, guys. My wife, here, we'll just redirect. So, I guess I'll pull you in over here a little closer so everybody can see you. Mac is very excited. He's also not enjoying the fireworks at all.
Oh, yeah.
So, context, my wife works at the shelter house.
It's a domestic violence shelter.
Domestic violence shelter as well. So, hearing that her night is eventful is not great. So, I guess how much you want to share?
Oh, I started the night out being yelled at by someone that wanted shelter.
Okay.
And part of the reason why she didn't get shelter was because she was, like, manic. So then we had a walk-in. So normally people call the crisis line and to figure out if we have space or not.
Yeah.
Someone just showed up. And we ended up accepting her.
Oh, great. Well, that works out.
I know, I was like,
I mean,
if
that's
she,
best case scenario.
if she does not qualify, like, I am gonna be so sad to have to tell this lady face to face, because it's one thing having to tell someone on the phone, I'm sorry, like, we can't accept you. Mac is holding my hand with his mouth.
He's like,
Okay,
he's
bud.
very happy.
But yeah, so we accepted her. So normally we wouldn't do intakes at night.
Mm-hmm.
But she was there, so we did an intake.
I mean, that sounds like a solid approach. Just show up at the shelter and be like, please try to deny me in person.
We had the space. A lot of
Okay.
times we don't have the space, so we let her stay. But that pretty much took up my night.
Okay. Well, at least with busyness, that makes it go by faster.
It went by pretty fast, actually. I am tired,
Okay.
but it went by pretty fast.
Good. Were the porch lights on for you?
Yes.
Okay, good. I all of a sudden got really like self-conscious. I'm like, did I mess this up? Did I not actually turn these on as well? Because I couldn't verify while the light's on. There, I tried covering my finger and everything. And I'm like, no, it just won't work until it gets dark. So
Yeah.
I was a little nervous. So I'm glad that those actually got turned on for you tonight.
We also had a resident call the help desk to say that she heard gunshots.
Oh God.
You know what those probably were? Fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah. But yes, when you're, sensitive, like this poor boy, he has not been having a great evening. He's been laying down. I did catch him hop on your chair, spin it to start taking stuff off of your desk. Like just full in, he's just on your chair.
This dog right now.
There. He's so sweet and
He
cuddly.
is.
I'll see if I can,
Miss me.
let me see if I can redirect. You can kind of see him. Look at that boy. He's snuggling over here. He wants to hang out. He's having a good day. I mean, beyond the fireworks, and it's freaking him out, too. Hobbs started barking, and it was kind of a little while ago, too, with the fireworks coming in.
Poor bud.
Yeah, it was, sad. There. He wanted to go out once, so I let him out for like 2 minutes, there, but yeah, he just started roaming around quickly and went back in.
It's 80 degrees in our house.
Oh my
so
God.
I closed windows and turned the AC on.
To what, 78?
Yeah.
It's hot. It's very hot in the house.
So the camera-
Yes, I should change it back. Since you can't see the dog anymore anyway.
Yeah, he's laying on my feet.
Yeah.
No, you should have closed the windows earlier.
I was hoping that it would be cooler outside.
Well,
And
you
it
know
turned
they
out to
have
not be.
a handy dandy app to tell you the weather.
Yeah, I guess I could have looked up my weather app. But that didn't happen.
Checking the
Your
weather.
house is usually 80 plus. I hate it. The only reason we're doing this is because I've got that unemployed energy going on, so we're saving money. But as soon as I get, like, the day that I get a job, which is hopefully coming up soon, I'm turning on the AC. I'm turning it on
AC
because
is
I'm
getting
dying.
turned on right now, you crazy person.
Turning
It's
on
only
a
not
real
on-
AC
it's
level,
only not
like
on because
60.
We are not turning. Never in our life have we ran that at 60. We are not turning the AC on 60.
But I like it. I mean, you're right. That's tropical living. We live in an Arctic world, and it hasn't been Arctic lately,
We
and I
do not
hate
live
it.
in the Arctic.
We live in Michigan. It's cold. It's supposed to be cold. That's what I was advertised. I was advertised cold weather.
No, you advertise cold weather in the winter and then unbearably hot summers.
Yeah,
We
which
have
sucks.
the best of both worlds.
I could die. I hate it so much, too. Yeah, I don't. Burning sunny hot. Yeah, I imagine it's super hot where you're at as well. I fucking hate it. Your house is currently 86. Ugh. Ugh. This is so
Apparently
gross.
today was supposed to be 100 degrees where Jamie lives, and she doesn't have AC
I don't like that. See, when my wife and I got married, we moved into a very tiny apartment. Like, we're talking, I don't know, 500 square feet at most. Something like that. Like, that was a tiny, tiny apartment.
It was smaller than
It was smaller than 500. Very tiny apartment. And it was a brick building with the only AC we had was my window unit that we brought in. It was fucking hot in there as an oven. And we got married like right in the middle of summer, go to move up there, and we're just dying. Like just laying on our bed, just being like, this is the worst thing we could experience because we're in the center of the building. We barely had windows and such. It was hot. I hate the heat. I like the cool. And maybe you think I'm weak, that's fine, but there's only so many clothes that I can take off, and there's only so much sweat that I can do. And I'd prefer the cold where I can just keep bundling up. I can just keep adding more layers. That's much better, much easier. I prefer the cold. Heat is bad. Oh. So you had a good first time, second shift?
Yeah.
Oh.
I might be doing a second shift on my own on the 6th.
Okay.
Because
good
they
enough.
need cover.
Yeah. Well, you knew you were doing it anyway, so.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything for our routine.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
Yes. Well, we're gonna be finishing up stuff probably in the next. Okay. Okay. All right, folks. So let's finish up our last little bit here, and then just for your guys' reference, what this is or what this is going to be, next steps, all those things. I'm going to then take these skills, and next stream we are going to program them in. That's kind of my game plan. Is you have to do action planning first, right? You come up with the ideas, you throw them into out here, make sure that things kind of make sense. And then when we have this whole group of ideas, we start to create a framework. We start to create basically all the bounds on where or how the skills should function. That's why we're doing it this way first. Because the next thing we do is then we go in and we're like, okay, we know we need a state-based skill, right? We know we need these kind of state-based skills. Okay, so we have to program in some logic that that a skill has an on-off switch, right? We know that some of our skills are going to be like certain number of charges and they might overcharge. So we need some way of tracking that. We know that some skills are just dealing some damage and healing. So we need to track that. We know this skill gives us a status effect and gives shield. These are the things there. And then we look at like these effects that we need to keep track of. Like, okay, if Lady is in party, then the damage needs to be multiplied by a percentage just because she's in the party. That kind of stuff. Like those are the trackers. That's why you always start with the planning phase first. We start with the ideas, get all the ideas in, and then we go in and program. So that's part of plan for next stream, as well as I really want to make this good. Like this is essentially useless. It just shows you a high level of everything, but it's essentially useless. So I want to make this good. And how we make this good is we make it useful, 1, and 2, we make it so you can click on it and it would then show all of this information, right? So this is kind of one of the focus areas that I want to do for next stream as well. And the reason I want to do this is because it'll be the introduction of skins, right? That's kind of the big point there. So I hope that all makes sense. So let's talk a little bit more skills, just a little bit. So we have Desmond. Desmond's obviously an attacker. I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, we could go in a few different directions. We have Chanel, we have Arteus, and we have Sabona. Who do you guys want to do? Let's plan on finishing up 2 more characters as well. All you guys vote. What do we want to focus on? Because I'm good for either. I think these guys having the same initial skill is good, but your bed, sorry. You don't have to apologize, yes? Go bed. Go sleep. I'm gonna be bed soon too. That was also my wife. She just came in and she said, "Go bed." She works 4 to midnight on Saturday, so it's even longer. All right, so let's think here. I'm thinking, let's do Arteus. I think Arteus' skill makes sense to be something really group supportive. And maybe what we do instead is Arteus becomes group heal. So he's a little different. So instead of that single target, let's make it a 40% attack. All party members. So Arteus will just, it says combos from Nibusan. Arteus, he heals everything. You work tomorrow in spite of the holiday? I mean, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense, yes. That does make sense. It sucks, and I'm sorry to hear that. I got the rest of the week off from my contracting role. So we'll see. I've got things I need to do anyway. So Arteus should have some kind of group healing. I think Arteus should be like a group healer. So what would his other skill be? I think his other skill needs to be some kind of like... Ooh, I got it. His other skill is it essentially turns on a regen all party members for by 10% attack for like, I don't know, 6 rounds. Something like that. But basically, excuse me, I apologize. Basically what it is that Arteus is there to keep his party alive, right? And he can have this regen skill that is just healing constantly, too. Which is really good because then you recharge the skill and you're just slowly working towards recharging it again. I also think Arteus could have a passive trait that maybe, hear me out. I don't know if this is too powerful, but let's try it. Decrease skill max cost by... Oh, actually, I got an even better idea. Increase party healing by 10%. And what it'll be is A1 and then A2 increase party healing by 20%. So what does this mean? So if it's this ability, they would, instead of healing 40% of the attack, they would, at that A1, they'd heal 44%. So it's an additional 10% on whatever the heal is. It wouldn't be 50% there. But then just having Arteus in your party means that your healing is stronger. All of the healing done by Arteus is stronger, and everybody kind of regenerates a little bit better. I think that would make Arteus unique in a way. Now Chanel's a healer as well, if you guys didn't know. Chanel's a healer. That's direct lore from TMG. Chanel should also have this kind of like changes, combos from Chanel to just be direct healing effects. At 70% of the attack, right? Targeting lowest health, an easy change. After the dragon destroys the entire town, you will take Arteus with you. Yes, to learn more from Arteus. See Arteus's ways. Chanel's single target healer. I think Chanel thematic skill 2 actually should here's my thought. Is that Chanel's skill 2 should deal damage. Still heal, but deal damage in some way. And I think that would be really interesting. So what if Just thinking about it. What if it's... I'm thinking like a lifesteal, right? Maybe... Let's do this. Chanel has a ability that is a lifesteal. Restore. All right. Deal damage. Deal 100% damage to target enemy. Remove debuff from random ally and restore. Oh, let's restore 60% of damage dealt to same ally. There we go. So basically what it is she's going to deal some damage to an enemy, then coming back, it will remove a debuff from a random ally and restore health to that same ally. There. So you get the healing, you get the debuff removal. It's a very good ability, and it deals some damage there. So it's a little bit something different from Chanel. And Chanel's like boost here, I think is dark type characters deal more damage in combos. Simple. Just simple. So she's dark type, so she's gonna boost dark type characters. So you want her on your team for that. She's gonna have some healing. It's single target healing, and then you get this lifesteal ability that deals some damage, gets some more healing. So I think that would work well for her. It gives her something unique, still fits in the healer, like Umbrella, but it's something different. I think that'll work. All right, folks. So let's talk about this week. Once again, no stream on Friday. So I'm not going to see you guys for a couple more days. But we will be streaming on Saturday. And on Saturday, we are going to be doing more of this. We're going to be more gaming stuff. And I'm hoping to start some of these abilities and such this week. So that we can have some things going on Saturday. You guys could start to see some character differences as well. But the more so, I just want to start prepping the groundwork so we can do that roster view some justice. So it actually is useful. You can click on characters and it feels like you could show off stuff. I would also like how we have the super big character on the victory screen here. I'd like that character. You choose your favorite character and they live on your screen. I think that would be fun there, because that's half the fun of winning these characters is to be like, ooh, look at my waifu. My waifu's here. And then you just have a picture of a puppy on your main screen. So I think that's a good game plan for Saturday. We'll see where life takes us, though, because if we chat, anything can happen. Anything can happen. As long as we're making progress, it's all good. And more importantly, as long as we're all having a good time, it's all good. But then, we are also streaming on Sunday. And Sunday's stream, of course, is the continuation of Group 1's adventures in Imines. It's going to be a brand new day, brand new challenges, and I can't wait to see what you guys fuck up. But I'm excited. I'm excited. I've got the session already planned, ready to go, so I'm excited to see what you guys do and how you overcome the challenges that are coming at you as well. Also, very happy with my thumbnail on it. And what I did for it, too, I've got this banner in here. It's so fucking funny. I'm just really happy with it. Also, lady, this art is so perfect, and I can't wait for, like, this to be a part of, like, the story art. Just at one part in time, it's like, I'm a fucking barber. Also, if you guys start getting all that money, I'm waiting for you guys to tell me that you are going to start building your own town and stuff. Because I'm excited for those adventures, and I'm going to make a whole set of rules just for that. Also, I really am happy about this thumbnail, too. This is the perfect Apple thumbnail. Just like, that's what it should be. And that's what I want to do. I want to do costumes. So we'll see how that all lands up. Either way, thank you all for joining me. Thanks for sticking around. And we've got more to do. So, gotcha game, more gotcha game. That's what it's all about. We're going to do it until we get something working. And we have, I mean, technically we have a game, right? We have a game that is playable. It is working. Very soon, though, what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to sit down and we're going to fucking come up with levels. That's what it's going to be. We're going to keep going levels after levels after levels. You're so close to VIP. You're already VIP. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Have a good night. I'll see you on Saturday. So, bye-bye, everybody. Nighty-night. And good afternoon to you, lady. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.